18/0481/COND9, land north of Cherry Hinton, Coldham's Lane, Cambridge Design Code. Could please the Planning Officer, James Truett, introduce this item?
I'll just share my screen. Thank you. Just to start with, I'll be taking the presentation, and sat next to me is Rebecca Ward, who's the case officer, and Sarah Chubb, the urban designer, who worked on the design code. As you say, this is for the site-wide design code for land north of Cherry Hinton, related to application references 18-0481-COND9 and S-1281-18-COND9. There have been some updates since this was sent to committee, which was a consultation response from Streets and Open Spaces, which was on the 6th of September. It, in effect, recommended for approval, subject to the following comments, which were that, number one, the street scene areas outlined in the responsibility plan is acceptable and should be included within the open space transfers with an agreed mechanism to secure this. Redefinements to the management and maintenance arrangements and fees in line with the City Council current practice, and review timescales of the Section 38 road adoption process and how this aligns with the access to the open space on site. So the site is a cross-boundary site, indicated by the red line boundary here, as you can see by my pointer. The city area is denoted by the orange, and the South Cambs area is denoted by the green. The airport, as you can see, is located to the northwest, with Airport Way abutting the east boundary, with Teversham located to the northeast, and Cherry Hinton itself to the south. The Cambridge Local Plan 2018 allocated for approximately 780 dwellings during the planning period, along with the adjoining land allocated in policy SS-3 1B of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan 2018 for approximately 420 dwellings. So this will be totaling 1,200 dwellings. The applicants are Bellway Latimer, which is a joint venture between Bellway and Clarion Housing, and Pollard Thomas Edwards are the code writers, lead master planners and architects. The application seeks to discharge Condition 9 of Planning Permissions 18-0481-OUT and S-1231-18-OL for the land north of Cherry Hinton. The condition requires the site-wide design code to include a range of details, including the overall vision for the development block and principles and character. So the key parts are indicated on the slide here, in bold in particular. So the site-wide design code shall explain the purpose, structure, and status of, and set out the mandatory and discretionary elements of the design code will apply, who should use it, who should use the design code, and how to use the design code. A developer-led presentation was previously made to JDCC on the 18th of March 2020. So what is a design code? A design code is a set of illustrated design requirements that provide specific, detailed parameters for the physical development of a site or area. It's a useful tool for delivering high quality and coordinated development for major sites, those with multiple ownerships, or sites that are likely to be built by several developers. So this slide shows several existing design codes for the site, which are covered by the JDCC areas, including Trumpeting Meadows, Clay Farm, Northwest Cambridge, and Wing, Marley. The development of the design code has been undertaken in close collaboration with internal technical consultees for over a year. So in effect, we as officers have helped to shape this document alongside the applicant team. The land north of Cherry Hinton Design Code builds on the 2020 outline permission and aims to deliver an enhanced vision for the site. The design code has been prepared in collaboration with the shared service officers and complements the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan and Cambridge Local Plan policies. It has also been designed corresponding to the characteristics of a well-designed place described in the National Design Guide and National Modal Design Code. This covers the 10 broad headings of climate, character, and community, with the 10 focused areas being context, identity, built form, movement, nature, public spaces, uses, homes and buildings, resources, and lifespan. The structure of the design code follows the previously mentioned characteristics of a well-designed place, as you can see by the contents labelled here. This helps to provide structure to the guide and ensures that all necessary information is included to meet the vision and provide a benchmark for quality placemaking. Amendments and edits have occurred throughout the application process to address consultee and member concerns, and I will work through the code following the structure above and address any previous comments that were raised. Careful consideration around the mandatory musts and recommended shoulds has taken place to help form a high quality and well-structured document. There's a slight delay, sorry. The vision is set within the design code and seeks to create a vibrant, high quality and distinctive extension to the existing settlement, reflecting and enhancing the special character of the surrounding areas whilst working in synergy with Cambridge as a whole. The 20-minute neighbourhood has been a guiding principle of the code, shaping layout and active travel patterns for the site, effectively meaning everything within the site is within a 10 or 20-minute walking distance. The code considers the context of the site by exploring the opportunities and constraints of the site, which is seen in this drawing here. You can see the noise from the airport, or potential noise, the relocation of the gas main, with the existing being here, and the changed gas main in the orange, and rights of way cutting through the site, and the trees to the south. Framework master vision has been created as a baseline design to help generate the illustrative designs. It also has set 2 layers of sustainable design broadly covering buildings and landscape, references living communities and living infrastructure, which you see on the contents here are split in half. The code requires future phases to have low-speed, 20-mile-per-hour max tree-lined streets and cycle lanes, forming a network of routes throughout the site and beyond. These streets will prioritise walking, cycling and public transport. The movement network shows the integrated network in a grid system linking key internal features and containing focal points for social interaction. As you can see on the drawing here with the village green in the centre and to the gridded system with walking and cycling as a priority. The code provides examples of pedestrian priority areas and how crossings should be at junctions and other converging points, as seen in this small snippet here. The code complies with and reinforces the cycle parking standards set within Policy 82 of the Cambridge Local Plan and Appendix L. The cycle parking must be at least as convenient as the car. For apartments, cycle parking should be incorporated into the design of the shared entrance areas to improve social interaction, convenience and perception of safety and use. Following the member briefing in June, the design code was amended to include suggestions from the members, which are indicated in these 2 highlighted orange areas here. An example of the house type with an integrated secure cycle storage to the front of the dwelling, as you can see here. This has space to accommodate up to 2 bikes. Where cycle parking is within a garage, an example house type with a side door into the garage door has been proposed to ensure the cycle parking is at least as convenient as the car, which is seen here and in this image down here. Additional requirements included for every home to provide an adequate space for cargo bikes, which you can see in this image here, just behind the back of the garage. There's space indicated. And it's also seen in the apartment block here, by this area here. These spaces have been set out in page 22 of the design code. The approach taken by the design code with regard to cycle parking is considered to accord with the local plan policies, And the refuse storage and car parking has also been thoroughly considered as part of this section of the design code and is considered acceptable. The design code nature. The design code seeks to secure nature into each aspect of the design. The plan shows the nature considerations and connections that must be provided throughout the site, which includes making provision for urban greening, water resources, land conservation, and living landscapes. The code provides examples of how the urban greening can be delivered in a variety of quality open spaces, as you can see by this snippet here, which indicates the village green area, with areas to access nature and shade. Design code provides a water responsive framework requiring that SUDS strategies must be one of the first considerations, containing attenuation features which provide allowance for climate change and are safe, avoiding the need for fencing. It provides illustrations on how the SUDS will be laid out, you can see in this image here, and consideration is also had for living landscapes, planting and habitat creation within this section. Overall, this part of the design code is considered to accord with the policies within the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan and Cambridge Local Plan. Public spaces. The design code seeks to secure good public spaces through good street design, creating space for nature and people. The amount of public open space has increased through the process of creating this design code, and the plan shows the space typologies and how they're linked through the development. The design code shows the village green in the heart of the development, which is this area here, which also is a converging point for the active travel networks and the other spaces spreading from this, servicing smaller neighbourhood areas, which are denoted by the darker greens and lighter greens. This section also illustrates some typical street scenes with segregated transport modes to reduce conflict, and this section also considers play strategy, cultural sociability, and active travel and materials. So you can see from this diagram here with the segregated cycle and pedestrian ways away from the road and similar on the other side of the road here. This section is considered to accord with the relevant policies of the South Cambridgeshire Local Plan and the City Local Plan. Resources. This section of the design code seeks to ensure the development is energy efficient and climate resilient. The code provides key principles for ensuring homes support sustainable lifestyles and integrate services, such as all homes having an air source heat pump, having solar panels and fabric-first approach with EV charging. Taking a fabric-first passive principles approach in form, layout, orientation and landscaping, this includes principles such as dual aspect homes, water-saving fittings, natural lighting and ventilation, reducing hard surfacing. The example in the diagram is set out on the wider scale on page 54, showing how these principles can be achieved. The design code seeks the provision of EV charging for every home, with strategically located hubs for rapid charging, as you can see in this diagram here, by the orange and blue circles. This section is considered to accord with the relevant policies of the South Cambridge Local Plan and the City Local Plan. Entity. The code hopes to ensure that future development on land of Cherry Hinton are visibly rooted within the surrounding areas. The roofscape of the buildings will be predominantly pitched roof, with some flat to break up the scene in terms of design and character. Critical details such as materials, windows, entrance doors, and decorative details have been coded for, and good practice examples included to ensure the quality of the place is not lost at a detailed design stage. Consideration is also taken to consider the built forms and natural surveillance of the public realm with active frontages on key locations, which you can see on this image here. Key character areas have also been introduced to help create a variety across the site, including the village, the gateway, and Parkside. These characters have different densities, built forms, layouts, and materials to reflect their aspired sense of place, with the example on the screen here being the gateway area, which is this area here. This section is supported by the Council's Urban Design Officer and is considered to accord with the relevant local plan policies. This section of the code sets the aspirations of the built form of the land of Cherry Hinton. It seeks to utilise a compact design which makes efficient use of resources and supports services provided within short cycling and walking distances. To promote walking and social connections, neighbourhoods must be formed using smaller perimeter blocks with frequent spaced and well-overlooked streets and lanes. Street designs must bring together landscapes, including sustainable drainage systems, movement and buildings into one design. The parameter plans provide a broad starting point for the building height. However, height should be regarded as maximums and not targets, and will vary as part of the character area. And the picture above shows a good example of where this is achieved, which is in the avenue at Saffron Walden, and is included within the design code itself. Uses. This section of the local plan ensures that the uses specified in the outline planning permission are delivered in a planned way with a high quality build. This supports the co-location and coordination of uses, providing guidance for non-residential and mixed-use buildings and public spaces. It also requires that bin storage, deliveries and services are to be considered at an early stage and away from the main frontages. This section also expands on the mix of housing across the site, with 40% affordable and 5% custom build in accordance with the local housing policy and the aspirations of tenure. This section also considers the cultural sociability framework for key centres across the site and provides supportive public places which support and enhance social uses. This section of the design code covers the building design. This is aimed to ensure that the mix of typologies is used to create streets and add to the character of the development. The homes will be low carbon, accessible, and support sustainable lifestyles and can be adapted to change. This section also promotes that all buildings should be designed to use natural light and ventilation, and it also provides samples of houses illustrating key principles, as you can see on the drawing here. This section is considered to accord with the relevant local plan policies of the South Cambridgeshire and Cambridge local plan. At the last JDC meeting, members raised concern over potential heights of letterboxes, and as a result, the developer has included a requirement that all letterboxes will be located in appropriate secure locations to ensure that they are accessible and usable for all users, which is on page 88 of the design code. This section refers to lifespan, so the code sets to establish the future stewardship in place to sustain its beauty over a long term. This effectively establishes the adoption of the public spaces and highways to ensure that not all the site is under the control of a private management company, achieving one of the overriding principles of keeping costs down for future residents. This section provides a street scene example to show how the adoption strategy could work. So, as you can see here. The green areas are those that we hope to be managed and maintained by the Cambridge City Council, which includes open space areas, suds and trees, along with primary and secondary routes. The pink are areas that will be adopted by the local highway authority, including key primary and secondary roads, along with adjacent cycle and pedestrian routes. Some of the trees will also be adopted where they are located in build-outs. The rest, marked in yellow, will be covered by a management company. This is a very small portion and covers some tertiary roads and associated trees and landscape. The adoption details have been worked up alongside the Streets and Open Space team and local highway authority, who are in principle in agreement with this approach, and this will be progressed further at the reserved matters stage. Airport safeguarding is also considered under this section for both the safety perspective of the airport and residents, but also the future of the development. We've been mindful that the airport use will be moving on, and through the code, we have also considered how the landscape might change. This design code encourages a transition and change in management arrangements to encourage more birds and wildlife onto the site once the airport use ceases. In addition, the design code has retained connection points as secured in the parameter plans for future redevelopment of the airfield site and connection to future developments. There is no identified harm that has arisen from the proposed design code, and it is considered to accord with the Council's adopted local plans, the land north of Cherry Hinton SPD, outline planning permissions, and subsequent Section 73 application that was approved at the last JDCC. Having considered the provisions of the development plan, NPPF, NPPG, for the use of statutory consultees, wider stakeholders, as well as other material planning considerations, the proposed design code is recommended for approval. Thank you.
Thank you, James. We now turn to the public speaker, David Fletcher. So I'll just remind you, David, you've got 3 minutes to speak. The committee manager will advise you when you reach 3 minutes, and you'll hear the bell. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman. I know we've heard a little bit about collaboration already, so apologies if I talk too much about collaboration during my 3-minute speech. As you've heard from your officers, land north of Cherry Hinton is being promoted as a joint venture between Bellway and Latimer. Latimer are the development arm of the Clarion Housing Group. This site is the first major urban extension site that Bellway Latimer have been responsible for on the edge of Cambridge. And there was a clear aspiration from the outset by the applicants for this development to be a groundbreaking scheme. We recognise that the site-wide design code is a key document to shape the future reserve matters applications to be delivered on this site. Last year, the government provided a new template for national model design codes. At one of our very first initial meetings, your officers suggested that we followed this as a template. From the outset, we had a clear aspiration not just to follow the template, but to see if we could improve upon it. And in this regard, I would draw members' attention in particular to paragraph 12.3 of the committee report, where your urban design officer recognises that we've gone above and beyond the requirements of the National Model Design Code. This is, in my view, in a number of areas, but particularly around the approach to landscape, open space, provision of play along the way, all to encourage social cohesion. We believe that the success of the design code before members is that it has been worked up in full collaboration with your officers. Apologies for using that wording again. Whilst clearly planning, urban design and landscape have been central to all discussions on the document, the design code has also been informed by very detailed discussions with other key officers such as sustainability, environmental health, along with the County Highway Authority. In addition, we have also had a number of meetings with the City Council's Streets and Open Spaces team, and as your officer mentioned earlier, we've got a clear strategy in place to keep management charges to an absolute minimum on the scheme. We recognise that it's really important for the open space and landscape to be of the highest quality it can be. The document has also been subject to a very detailed consultation process, which has included engagement with Terresham Parish Council, holding both public and virtual exhibitions, attending 2 design quality panel sessions, and meeting with key stakeholders such as CamCycle. We've also sought to respond to comments by members at officer briefing earlier this year, with the incorporation of additional cycle storage, again, as you've heard from your officer in the presentation. Overall, we consider that this code is a document both the Grace Cambridgeshire Planning Service and us as applicants can be proud of, and hopefully sets the foundations for an exciting development to be delivered on the edge of Cambridge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. We now move to members' questions. Please could I suggest the following topics are set out in the officer's report: design and layout, movement and access, nature, and any other items that you wish to address. So who would like to speak first on issues of design and layout?
Thank you very much. I hope these are not necessarily going to be in the order, but I'll try to do my best. I firstly thank you to the officers. This is a pleasure to read, actually. There's some really positive things. You can see a lot of our concerns have been taken into account, which I recognise, so thank you. I had 2 questions about built form, and I think the first one is, can we be slightly more explicit about how the houses are numbered? Having done quite a lot of door knocking on some more modern estates recently, it wasn't perhaps as clear as it could be. So I wondered if we could add something about wayfinding, because even with an app I had suggesting where houses might be or blocks of flats, it was almost impossible to find anything. So I do, for example, we have some developments where the streets are actually squares. So I just think that would be a learning point from perhaps some of our previous new developments. So I don't know if that could be added something, maybe page 47, 42 or 81, where we're talking about, that's on the numbering of the actual document rather than the officer's numbering. The other thing, I'm not sure if this, I'm just trying to work out where I have to put all these now, Chair. I'm sorry, shall I just run through? Okay. Secondly, on page 34, could we explicitly add that there's some kind of electricity supply to squares? Because that is something that's come up, certainly within the city boundaries, that we're building these new developments and saying, let's have a community and a market, but there's no means of powering other than diesel. So I don't know whether that would just be something that we could ask the developers to consider, because again, it's a lot harder to put it in retrospectively, I understand. So that would be something else. Again, car club, which I go on about quite a lot, but I would really like, as well as mentioning on page 55, whether we could add it in explicitly to the designs of the houses and flats in pages 25, 26 and 27. So just again, it's just that reminder, because I think we've got various things that talk about converting parking in future. But again, I think car club, and I think cargo bikes do come up quite regularly, so I won't go on about those. The only other thing I wanted to raise was the 800 houses deadline for the recycling point. Is that too late? And when we say houses, do we mean built or sold? Because again, it's about that new community and getting people to do things from the outset. If that's the suggestion that we'd have 800 families already living there before we build a recycling point, I just wondered if we might consider pulling that a bit earlier or making it conditional on sales. I'll be guided by officers on what's best with that. And the only other thing I was going to ask about was unfair management charges and why we're not considering all of it being adopted. Because again, I know that's an issue in some of our newer estates that we build, but only some are adopted. And then you have these charges ramping up, though I do appreciate that officers are trying to manage that. But I'm just interested why we're not building everything to adoptable standards. I will be quiet now. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Katie. And I'm sure the committee appreciates your previous interventions in respect of cycle parking in front of houses, which has been fully acknowledged and built into the design code, and also about the cargo bikes as well. So you're pushing new standards. So I think we really appreciate your attention to detail. Thank you. It's going to be Anna next, and then you, Jazz, is that okay? So Councillor Bradman, please, and then Richard.
Did you want to have a series of questions before you come back with answers?
I think we do, but let's just have them all out, and
Okay,
then we'll get
Thank
officers, you digest all what's been said, and you'll come back.
Absolutely. Okay, thank you. So I'm sure, so these are in no particular order, but this was about, we're talking about design and layout, aren't we? So I just wanted to question, on page 17 of the code, we have reference to, on the diagram there, it shows modal filters from each of those residential roads leading onto the primary street. And I just wanted to check that we needed all of those, because it means that all of the traffic from all of those residences will end up having to go out on either the western or the eastern ends of that street. And I wondered if I'm not questioning people's judgment. I'm just wondering, would it be wise to have one other of those access points accessible? I don't know. I'm just asking the question, because otherwise it means all of the traffic has got to go out through the east or western ends. Sorry, what I should say as well was thank you very much to the designers and to the officers, and indeed to the developers for working so cooperatively with us. We've seen this through many iterations, and it's really encouraging to see how everybody's worked together on this, and what a good design document this is. So thank you very much for that. My second point, though, was to say thank you for enabling permeability to Cherry Hinton Village, because there may be, of course, services that are available on the new land north of Cherry Hinton which are useful to people in Cherry Hinton. So again, on page 17, that permeability is really excellent, and I'm pleased to see that. But like Councillor Porra, I'm also concerned about page 91, the permeability, sorry, not the permeability, the long-term maintenance of the site. And I too am a little bit concerned about still having a residual, quite a lot of tertiary streets that are to be maintained at the cost of the people living there. And I also think we should be working towards a situation where all roads are built to an adoptable standard, because otherwise those costs fall on dwellings which are often, are 40% affordable or shared ownership. And those are considerable costs. It also requires a huge amount of commitment from residents to be part of that management company to make sure that things are done with their money in the way they'd be happy with. And that's a considerable commitment of time. So I think we should be, I agree, we ought to be aiming towards adoptable standards wherever we can. Thank you very much, Chair.
Councillor Scutt next, please.
Thank you. And I, of course, endorse the comments that have been made by Councillors Porra and Bragnam in relation to the work that's gone into this project, and thank the officers and those who've worked with them, the designers and so on. Mine's actually a very small question, and I might have to come back when the answer has been given. There was a reference to post boxes on page 88, and I looked at page 88 and I actually couldn't see anything there. So I would just appreciate it if the officer could adumbrate the issues relating to the post boxes and where they'll be located. At least that's as I understood the officer to say. Thank you.
The last bullet under accessibility.
Okay, so Councillor Stobart, please.
So I'm new to this document, or new to the process, and I have to say that it is an impressive document. It's well structured. It follows the government guidelines, I think, which we referred to earlier. It's beautifully illustrated. Diagrams are very clear, and I particularly like this kind of first angle projection that's used for the routes and open spaces. So I had a general question, and I think the public speaker alluded to this, and also Simon in his presentation, of the use of must and should. So this contractual kind of wording, I think, is to be welcomed because it makes this clear distinction. But I wondered, when it comes to reserved matters, the must would be assumed and the should has to be justified, or the absence of a should needs to be justified. And I wondered if we've anticipated the complexity of that, because there are loads of shoulds here, and maybe some kind of system of referring to the shoulds, if they're not being implemented, would be very helpful to future committee considerations and perhaps to officers too. I know I've been involved enough in contractual stuff in the past to know that this is quite burdensome, or can be quite burdensome if it's not handled correctly. Just one question about copyright. The copyright of this document rests firmly, I think, with a firm of architects, and I'm assuming that it is royalty-free. Maybe they own the copyright, but that it is issued royalty-free for the use of the project. Is that the case? I wouldn't like to think that South Cambs or Greater Cambridge Planning would have to pay for access to this document or usage or quoting. Is that fair?
My understanding is that it's owned by the joint venture, and that can be a question that can be raised after the
That'll be
meeting.
clarified.
But thank you for your excellent. Have you finished, Richard?
Well, I don't want to go on. I've probably got a few other questions pertinent to later, but I just wanted to raise one thing which we might choose to defer. The use of the term fabric first, I think is well understood. In other words, we are going to put priority on the choice of design elements and materials in the design of houses, particularly with regard to heating performance, energy usage and overheating. But Fabric First is getting to be a kind of a brand, and it needs definition, and there was no definition here. If you look in the wider literature, those who use Fabric First talk about optimization and, in a sense, the deliberate choice of design elements to achieve a particular design goal with respect to the dwelling. So I'm wondering if we need to be a little more diligent about saying what Fabric First actually means, and is there an underlying design process which needs to be tested when somebody brings, in reserved matters, such a thing forward and say, oh, well, I've used Fabric First principles, and we say, how did you use them? I think we need the strength to say, how did you use them and what was the result? Anyway, I'll stop there.
Very much. As Councillor Fane.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, a lot of the comments have already been made by others. I had two questions, one in relation to section 2, pages 55 and 57, movement and access, and one in relation to perhaps a less key issue, section 5 on design, page 93. In relation to movement and access, just before I say that, I would also like to endorse what others have said about the efforts that have gone into design. Particularly, I appreciate the extent to which roofscape has been considered, which is often or sometimes not the case in applications we have to consider. I think that's very important to the feeling of a place. In relation to movement and access, I appreciate the emphasis on cycling and pedestrians. What wasn't clear to me, and perhaps should have been, is the extent to which the two are being separated. And that is a key requirement of the latest LTN on cycling infrastructure design, with increasing use of not only electric bikes, but electric cargo bikes. I do think it is very important that pedestrians feel safe from cyclists as well as from other traffic. And as I say, that may be covered, but I couldn't see it. And then briefly, in relation to design, page 93, I'm glad to see recognition of cooling. As we know from recent experience, this is something that's got to be increasingly designed in, and dual aspect buildings will help with that. I think that is important. There are some things which can only be considered really at design stage, and the reference to air source heat pumps is important. Sometimes developers make provision for them rather than fitting them from the start, and I do think it's important they're fitted from the start. I think it's important also that consideration should be given where possible to the use of ground source too, because of the scope for passive cooling, which is not so easy with air source. And that, of course, can only be considered at the very early design stages. And so I hope that that will be at least looked at. We referred in the minutes of Darwin Green to the need for provision of locally generated renewables, and that is emphasised here. Darwin Green, we were talking on in the minutes of 1 kilowatt per house of PV, which I referred to as being just a start. I hope that the PV provision will be serious, bearing in mind the increasing demand which will be caused by both EV charging and, of course, the air source heat pumps. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Are there any other comments? Of course there are. So Richard Williams is next.
Thank you, Chair. I'll keep mine brief. I'm like Councillor Stobart. I'm also coming to this for the first time, so I haven't seen the previous iterations of it. There are just 2 points really I wanted to make. I endorse the point I think Councillor Bradnam and a few other councillors have made about the fairly extensive management company involvement here. I'm not at all happy with that, and I would be grateful for some further detail from officers about how that is anticipated to work. I mean, you know, given the sort of publicity that surrounds this and some of the cases and the really punishing charges we've seen, I think inevitably we're going to end up in a situation 20 years where the government's going to require local authorities to take over all of these roads anyway. So I think it's probably better that we start with them than have to go through some difficult process and impose a lot of cost on people. So I would like some further detail on how that will operate. Second point is a very minor point, but on page 93, it talks about the green areas being adopted by the City Council. Is some of this not in South Cambs, or is the City Council proposing to take the cost of all of it? Which is a South Cambs councillor may be a good thing, but presumably South Cambs will be responsible for some of this as well.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Williams. I've got Councillor Bajan next.
Chair, just a couple of general points. I'd like to hear a bit more about movement and access off of the site and where the potential 1,200 cars are going to go and where the 1,200 bikes that might accompany them will also go. So I'd like to hear a bit more about that. And secondly, about the policing, shall we say, or the management of the cycleways and roadways during the building process. We've seen on other sites where, because the road's not been adopted or not been officially opened, so to speak, that people just park everywhere. And I'd like to see right from the beginning a management plan in place to keep those roadways and particularly the cycleways clear. Thank you.
Councillor Khan, and then it's Councillor Hawkins.
I have two Clarion housing developments in my ward, so I've come across them a number of times. And one of the issues that has been raised, and I don't really know whether it's a design, but I think it has implications, is the presence of on-site warden and on-site staff to look to liaise with the tenants. Now you're going to have over 300 houses here, which are likely to need management from the company. In particular, one site, the warden's house was closed. The wardening was closed. The house was converted into another residence, tenanted property, and the site is managed from Norwich. So, in terms of the management of lands which they have in control, and in terms of social problems and maintenance, that creates quite a problem. The liaison with it, and there's been quite a lot of complaints from that. I wondered if they're going to be having on-site provision of a warden property, and should that be mentioned here or where if it isn't? And it relates again to the management of the site. How with their areas is there going to be some sort of liaison on site so that things can be chased up?
Thank you very much, Chair. It's interesting to hear that my bugbear of management companies is shared by many, and I think those who perhaps were at the South Cambs Planning Committee last week might remember that I did make a big fuss about that. We do need to look at the future on this one, seriously, just to say that. If we can look on page 63, I am not sure, page 63, the second to the last paragraph where it talks about mechanical ventilation will be provided within habitable rooms where internal noise levels considered unacceptable. I'm not sure I understand that because I thought mechanical ventilation equipment is noisy anyway. So perhaps we could have some clarification on that, please. In terms of design, this might be a personal thing, but where we have lots of buildings, if you think of the terraces from the Victorian times, they had sort of quirky things that differentiated them. When I look at what's proposed here, I'm sorry, it's boring. That's just me, it's boring. There's nothing that makes them different, perhaps other than the brick colors. Can we design details, please? And last point, active lifestyle. page 52 of the code. It's great, there's lots of things there. I was just wondering if potentially there could be outside gym equipment. Thank you.
Very much. And now got Councillor Carling.
Sorry, I'll try and be quick as well. I think I'd just like to start by again echoing comments that have been made in thanking the applicant for all the collaborative work that they've done with us. And I just think that, well, I feel slightly sorry that every time this comes to a committee, all we ever talk about is the negative bits, because there's so much brilliant stuff in this document, but unfortunately, it's kind of our job to nitpick, which is, it's a shame, but there is so much to be positive about in this. I wanted to echo other people's concerns about the quite extensive involvement of the management company in the tertiary street, but we've already talked about that, so I won't go on about that anymore. On the subject of the management company, and I guess this isn't immediately related to this application, but I noticed on page 66, there's a comment that the Highways Authority doesn't allow underground communal bin storage for adoptable streets. And I feel like that's a real, I don't know if if we've looked into that at all, but that seems as though our policy is holding back sort of new innovation and new things that can be done on developments, because that seems a massive shame, because we've seen the success of that going on in Eddington. And I don't know if that's necessarily a question, but just it would be good to look at what we can do about that, because it's a real shame. The only direct question I guess I had about the code itself, and this may be something for reserved matters to be honest, is if thought's been given as to where bus stops are going to go in here, because if there's 1,200 dwellings, we can imagine at peak times there's probably going to be quite extensive queues for buses and such like, and it would be good to kind of build that into the landscape to make sure we're not blocking off paths or roads or something at some point. So, thank you.
Thank you. Are members all done? Really? True? Okay. What we've got to now is to just basically to get the officers to come back and respond to those questions. If I can just help with the way in which you can structure responses. I think the most frequently asked question stroke issue related to the management company and see the potential routes to avoid or mitigate that. So if we could have a response on that, please. I think members will be most interested in that particular point.
Thank you, members, for your comments. Just to come back on maintenance and management arrangements. In the design co-process, we particularly spent a lot of time with the Highways Authority and with the Streets and Open Spaces team trying to work out what the arrangements might be and to try and really reduce the roads that would need to be under a private maintenance management company. A lot of the other codes we've done previously haven't even touched on this, so the work that we have done has kind of been a bit exemplar to what we normally see in a design code in Cambridge. So in terms of so the City Council we're hoping, just to say initially, sorry, I'm just getting into my flow, the plan in the design code is indicative. So it's basically where we've got to with discussions with the Highway Authority and with the developer and with the management companies and with the Streets and Open Spaces team. So it is indicative and it could change still. There could be still be a reduction in the private management companies taking over some of the smaller roads. I guess where the complications come is with adoptable roads, you need a lot more space. There's a lot more, the streets need to be a lot more engineered. So sometimes there's design implications to that. So it's something that we can continue to progress, but this has kind of captured a moment in time of where we've got to. You want to add it?
Yeah, if I can try and elaborate a bit more on that. Like Rebecca said, adoption was the first consideration that we discussed collectively as a group with this. We were really mindful that no other design code so far on our urban extension sites had really tackled this. And the goalposts have changed over the decade with regards to what the local highway authority will adopt in terms of key street elements. That goes for swales and trees. They've changed their mind over time for reasons. And the goalposts have even changed in terms of our streets and open spaces. So what we really wanted to do right at the outset was kind of gather that information and say, okay, let's not leave this to a management company, as other sites perhaps have done. For those reasons that members have explained, we need to keep the costs low. So what model can we come up with to allow that? And actually, as officers, we were really proactive in coming up with solutions to ensure that along the primary street, for example, that the swales, absolutely crucial to deal with the drainage, the swales would be adopted. Now, the local highway authority obviously didn't want the swales to be adopted by a management company, so we wanted to make sure that actually the role of the swale down the primary street had a much wider function that met the requirements for streets and open spaces. Well-being, biodiversity, urban greening, sociability. So we were really proactive in driving that model. And I know when we're looking at this diagram that the yellow areas might look incredibly large, but as an example, on the Teversham Drift edge, if members kind of just have a look at that, those short streets in reality are likely to only have 2 homes on. So these areas in which are coloured yellow are very small indeed. And what they do is they give us that, they give so much more flexibility to balance all of these place-making objectives. Green, trees, integrating car storage, all those sort of things. It gives us a much greater range of a much bigger toolkit of what we can do to meet all those objectives. And sadly, it's much more restrictive with the local highway authority what they will or will not adopt. And that tends to be, does it serve a highway function? So these yellow areas for us are small, but they give us this flexibility to achieve better things, greater things. So that's why there are some small areas.
Could you just address the South Cambs Cambridge City question that Councillor Richard Williams raised, please?
Yes, so when we discussed this with the Streets and Open Space Manager, and I think this has come up on our other strategic sites as well, and with agreement with South Cambridgeshire, they will take on the management arrangements in the South Cambridgeshire side as well. Obviously, the developer would have to pay some form of commuted sum for them arrangements, and that will kind of be discussed a bit later on down the line. But yeah, that was what would happen.
Thank you. Can we just dispose of 2 small matters which were raised, which was about the, explain to Councillor Scott about the letterboxes. And was the other issue raised by Councillor Pora, which is about the house numbering and wayfinding. As councillors, we do a lot of knocking on doors and delivering leaflets. And so we've got first-hand experience of the torture of ground floor level letterboxes. Not to mention dogs. And also trying to navigate your way around new housing developments, completely baffling in most cases. So these are very pertinent points.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. So, yeah, on page 88, it's just the last bullet point under accessibility that talks about the letterboxes. So it says all letterboxes will be located in an appropriate, secure location to ensure they are accessible and usable by users. And that's something we can make sure happens when we get to the reserve matters stage for the first residential houses. We can make sure that that principle is secured. So.
Could I just come in, Chair, if I may, and say my concern is for the post deliverers too, because I know of a development where the post boxes were, as the Chair mentioned, at the bottom of the door. And there was dispute in the post office as to who would do the deliveries. They didn't want to do it because it's really stressful for their backs, for their health, everything. And if we can make this an absolute that in no development that we approve can there be letterboxes in the bottom of the door. I do understand, I think it's because people don't want cold wind coming in if the box is at waist level, but we have to think about the post people, and it's not just for our sake. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to express that. Thank you.
Sir Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. To reassure Councillor Scutt, that's exactly the point that the Chair and Vice Chair raised in our briefing early on, is the height of the letterbox. If we can simply add, and I think Philippa Kelly had some useful heights, and I think it was nothing but no lower than 0.7 metres from the ground, because I suspect the location of letterboxes in a door is cosmetic, and I don't think cosmetic should come in front of the health of our post deliverers. So if we can add something, because it's basically a developer is going to be ordering a whole load of doors for a development, and can we please just say nothing below waist height? It would be great if we could add that in. Thank you.
Philippa Kelly here has actually done some research for us, and do you want just to say a few words about this and the legislation that's going through Parliament on this?
Yeah. Thank you, Chair. So yes, as Councillor Bradnam mentioned, this was raised at the Chair's briefing last week, and I looked into the situation with regard letterbox heights, thinking that it may be a building regulation requirement, but whilst a proposed amendment to the building regs came forward in 2019 to require their positioning above a certain height, it's still, as my understanding is, that's still in the early stages and still yet to receive its second reading in the House of Commons. So in view of the concerns that clearly members are raising regarding the actual heights of the boxes, I propose that, having regard to, I think it's some Royal Mail good practice guidance and the terms of that particular amendment bill, which related to the actual height in metres, I suggested that maybe the applicant is encouraged to consider an addition or an amendment to the code to refer specifically to the installation of doors with letterboxes between 0.7 metres and 1.7 metres in height in the interest of accessibility for all, and that would marry up with my understanding of the terms of that amendment to the building regs that's going through Parliament at the moment.
Thank you for that. We've got a bundle of questions around access and movement. If I can just remind ourselves of those. There was a question from Councillor Bajans about movement access off-site. There was also a question from Councillor Fain about the extent to which the roads and cycle paths are separated from the footways. And there was also a question from Councillor Bradman about the modal filters. I think I've picked up most of those.
Porra's point about the wayfinding.
I'll start with the wayfinding first. So in terms of street numbering, that process is done by our street name and numbering officers quite a bit further down the line. So we can't normally kind of dictate at this stage exactly what each of the plots are gonna be named after. However, through the code, we've tried to put in principles that would help pedestrians and cyclists easily wayfind their way around the site, like having edges to the roads with trees and some of the key buildings that we've put in to mark corners and things like that. So we can kind of design it in that way at this stage. And then through the infrastructure application, we've started to have a bit of a discussion at pre-app before about some of the signage strategy that we can make sure that's coordinated through the site. But the numbering comes a bit further down the line, and maybe we can look at that a bit more at reserve matter stage, and whether maybe some kind of condition would be appropriate on that. Yeah.
Add in, and local consultation with local members, because these members will have walked around the streets as they're being built, and will know what the logical route is. So I know we do have that as part of the street naming and numbering consultation. So can we just make sure that happens, that local members are consulted?
Yeah, if it's part of the street name and numbering kind of process that they go through, then we can look to put maybe some kind of.
It's just that it's happened sometimes, and I'd like to make sure that it does happen.
Okay. And then just going to the question on movement and travel arrangements for all the new homes in this area. So at the outline stage, there was a Section 106 agreement which secured a number of different measures to enhance the networks in and around the site. Just to mention, there's quite a few of them, but just to mention a few, we've got a new shared foot and cycleway along Coldham's Lane that kind of links the north-western tip of the site. There'll be an upgrade to the Barnwell Road pedestrian and cycle crossing, and there's the delivery of some small-scale walking and cycling measures just generally around that area. There's also some access improvements at different junctions. So we've got a few new junctions around Coldham's Lane, Airport Way, and then again more cycleway widening along Airport Way as well. So through the outline, we secured a number of measures to enhance the connections and to accommodate the additional population that will be on the site. If that happens.
Patience.
Thank you. My main concern there is the railway bridge and the pinch point where two large vehicles can't pass each other and there's no room for a cycle lane. And really, at some stage, this is going to have to be faced up to. We are expanding the amount of houses off of Coldham's Lane at that top end. I mean, this is 1,200, this is going to put 1,200 homes. Is any provision being made to deal with that bridge pinch point? Because you can't cycle and have cars going underneath it as well in its current width.
Yeah, so I think the same question came up at the Cambridge East Forum that I was at a few months ago, and Jez Tuttle was there from the Highways Authority, who considered the impact of this site on the network. And I understand that they're reviewing the bridge that goes over the railway and looking at kind of some different options to make it more accessible. But I can't see anything specifically in the outline that required any kind of money to go towards it. I'm just looking at Philippa to see if she wants to.
Yeah, if I could please come back on that point. So in terms of the trip generation and whether the scheme will have an impact on the wider transport network, all of those issues were considered as part of the outline planning applications, which JDCC would have been aware of a couple of years ago. The county transport assessment team confirmed that the scheme as submitted with the mitigation package and the transport assessment predicted trip generation was all acceptable. There were agreed schemes of mitigation which formed part of the Section 106 agreement, but that mitigation doesn't include specific works to relocate the bridge. That's a much wider, more comprehensive issue that's been looked at more strategically at the County Council, but the other mitigation which is proposed and secured as part of the Section 106 agreement was all acceptable to the Transport Assessment team.
Of course.
I just wonder how under LTN 120 there is not adequate provision for cycling to get off the site and away from the site, and whether that can be applied in this on this application. I remember, I think, the previous discussion about this, and it went to a vote and it was very close. But the reality is that we've moved on a little bit since then, and cycling is becoming much more important. And there is no provision for cyclists to get from this site into Cambridge. None at all.
One of the enhancement measures that was put in place was the access from the site to the Tins cycleway, and there's provision in the outline that requested that. But I understand that there's some.
Yeah, and if the Tins Bridge is reconstructed and reconfigured, then that would relieve some of the pressure for that side of the city. But anybody who was going to the other side of the city and would sensibly go along Coldham's Lane, it is an unsafe route. It is a totally unsafe route. It's not even, it's unimaginably dangerous.
We can't add a requirement at this stage, at the design code stage, for a developer to do any kind of further works. But as Philip has said, we know that there's kind of discussions, wider discussions, and maybe something could be done when other sites in that area start to come forward. But yeah, at this stage and where we're at, we can't add anything to the code.
So can I, Chair, sorry, I'm going to keep going. Are we saying that we're avoiding this issue, or are we saying that this can come up at a later time and it would be sufficient in my mind to cancel the whole development? If you can't get 1,200 bikes off of this site into Cambridge, then this development should not go ahead?
Councillor Major, Philip is going to speak now.
No, this very same issue was discussed thoroughly as part of the dialogue in respect of the outline planning applications. We actually had that specific question, and representatives from the county highways team confirming that in their view there were appropriate off-road routes to get into the city centre that would be secured as part of the Section 106 agreement mitigation package. They were very happy that in terms of the predicted trip generation arising from the 1,200 proposed units and those proposed scheme of mitigation, that it was acceptable in transport terms. And so we can't unpick that position now. I think it would be of great concern if we start to take that approach when that has already been comprehensively evaluated and supported by the highways officers at the County Council.
I think that deals with the matter, Councillor Bajan. We can't.
Well, I'm only going to ask that
any further.
LTN 120 came in after that agreement, and so we have a different legislation that can be applied here. And I think that it would be remiss of us in the extreme not to face up to this situation. You know, I mean, what was agreed before, what the Highways Committee or the county agreed was an okay thing, under LTN 120 is no longer okay.
I also remind members that we are not dealing with the principle of the development and the outline planning applications today. We are dealing with the design code, the detailed design code, which is a discharge of the planning conditions relating to the outline planning permissions.
So, Councillor Bajan, we've heard what you've got to say on this, and I think it's a conversation that needs to be continued elsewhere, but it's not a matter for consideration of the committee today. So, can we just go on to the other highway access issues that were raised by members, please, officers?
So in terms of, I think there was a discussion about segregation of cycleways and pedestrians, and through the code, especially in the movement section from page 17, we have a few diagrams, section drawings. Going to put some cross sections up on the screen.
Okay, so whilst Rebecca and James are finding the relevant street cross sections that demonstrate the level of segregation on the primary street, I think it might just be useful for me to highlight what's happening on the strategic routes. So we've got the primary street has a segregated cycleway and footway, and that's shown in that diagram that you can see in front of you. So we've got the
page 44.
Page 44 of the design code. So the cross-section, the typical cross-section for the primary street shows the living landscape verge, biodiverse swales, play spaces. You can see that pink area to the left of the green strip is the dedicated cycleway, and we have the a 2 metre dedicated cycleway on the other side of the street. So the primary street very much caters for both cyclists and pedestrians and segregates them. There's another question about modal filters. If that answers your question, Councillor Farnell clarifies where the segregation is, we can move on to that. Do you want me to?
There you go.
Yeah, okay. So I think the question was...
Question was, there are a whole series of modal filters onto the primary street. I can quite understand the principle of putting those in. I just wondered whether that would put too much traffic out at the west and eastern end of that residential area, and whether an additional access way through was needed.
So the location of the modal filters shown on page 17 are just indicative at this stage. And the intention is that, and the design code fixes that, the exact location of the modal filters will be determined through master planning, detailed master planning at the reserve matters stages. But I think, as you already acknowledged, we see them as quite crucial, a crucial principle to basically tame the car in these mini neighbourhoods, to restrict car movement through those mini neighbourhoods while still allowing very free easy access between the neighbourhoods for pedestrians and cyclists. And it's actually quite a critical element of this code, we believe, in terms of creating a playable public realm, creating the conditions for doorstep play and social cohesion. But the exact location of those modal filters will determine at the reserve matters stage.
Thank you very much.
I think that's all the access issues.
There was the question of maintaining access during the building works, Chair, once the site was being occupied.
I was about to do that one. Councillor Khan, did you want to chip in?
I just wondered regarding the provision of accommodation for on-site warning, whether that's been
Let's do those now. So I think there are a number of, I'm putting these in the kind of the phasing bracket. So this is from learnt experience with other large development sites where the adoption of the road only comes at the point, I think it's a section 38 notice, when the development is completed, the developer can then ask the County Highways Authority to adopt the roads. In the meantime, we've experienced that there hasn't been any management of on-street parking, and this causes a lot of problems, and particularly when cars are parked in cycle lanes and so on. And there is, the developers have got no enforcement arrangements, and it's a real nuisance. So that was the question I think you were raising, Councillor Bagent, and I think a lot of us who've got new developments in our wards will know about how this creates very materials are in boxes. So that's that one. There was the other question about whether having the recycling point trigger on the completion of the 800th property was appropriate. And I've got a further question, actually, which relates to section 18.1 of the officer's report, which talks about the facilities of the health centre, the schools, the community centre, and the retail uses are included in this. And I think it's really important that there is a phasing plan for trigger points for those facilities, where we're seeing this is an exemplar placemaking. It says so in the code. And an exemplary placemaking has the facilities at the early stages in the development, because you're creating that sense of place and you're creating points for social cohesion and community development and activity, and it also makes it a much more attractive proposition for purchasers and people to come in and rent houses in the development, so it makes huge business sense too. But in too many developments, we're seeing no facilities on site for a number of years, and this is, I mean, we know new developments associated with a lot of mental depression. Is that has been a link that's been made over many, many years. And we want to build communities where people are happy and have a high quality of life, not depressed because the phasing of the facilities that are coming through is lagging behind. So that's a really important point that we need to secure in all our new future developments. So the other point was about the on-site warden, and it links with this care for the new growing community before all the adoption processes kick in. Rather difficult bundle of questions to put to you. Have a go.
Thank you, Chair. So just so members could refer to it, there's a construction phasing plan on page 103 of the design code. So this is just indicative in the code because it will be subject to a discharge condition application and can sometimes change down the line, but it's just for the purposes of the code. We've put this in. So the public right-of-way runs through the centre of the site, so from south, just from Cherry Hinton, and it runs through the local centre and then out towards the northern end of Airport Way in Teversham. So through our discussions with the developer and with the County Council Public Rights of Way team, we've been having discussions about how this might be remain open during construction, and we're kind of seeing the plans start to change, which will leave the public right of way in place, but there might have to be eventually some short temporary diversions around plot boundaries with manned gates, similar to what we experience if you go through Marley at the moment. But we are looking to kind of maintain that access through. I have to say at the moment there is a temporary closure of the public right-of-way altogether because they're doing gas main works on the site, and because of health and safety issues they've had to close it. I think for an initial 3-month period, but I know that the developers are thinking they might need to extend that time because the works haven't been completed yet. So that's the position on that at the moment. But yeah, we're hoping that as each individual phase comes forward as well, there will obviously be access within that phase for residents to move around. So I hope that answers the question. Do you want to add anything to that, Sarah, on public right-of-way? No? Okay. So then just going to the waste provision. So I know it says in the code that the recycling centre will be offered at the 800th dwelling, and I think I was just looking at the outline scheme to see how that would have been secured in the 106, and I can't see any suggestion that it needs to be the 800th dwelling, so I think we just need to sense check that with the developer, and it might be that we can add that facility in a lot sooner to accommodate the people that will be moving in the first few phases. So. In terms of the adoption of the roads, I'm just hoping that John Finney's on the call. There, or Vicky Kepi. I just wonder if it would be helpful just to go through the adoption process and kind of when this might start or when it could start.
Thank you for that. Obviously, we would start the Section 38 process as soon as reserve matters is put forward to local planning authority and then given approval. I can say the Cambridge County Council, as Highway Authority, were committed to adopting all residential estate roads under Section 38 of the Highways Act 1980 that serve a highway function, as Sarah pointed out earlier. It has to serve to serve 5 or more individual dwellings, and as Sarah was saying, that some of the tertiary streets are to serve 2 dwellings only. The Highway Authority wouldn't seek to adopt those unless obviously they were serving 5, and obviously they'd have to be constructed in accordance with our specification. But as I say, the Section 38 process will start imminently after the reserve matters has been obviously granted permission by local planning authority, because obviously we don't want to approve drawings under the Section 38 which then change under the reserve matters, which is why we wait for that. And I know that obviously the developer is seeking the 38 to be entered into as soon as practically possible and sections to be adopted, but obviously there are, as you say, can no longer be used as a haul road, otherwise we won't seek to adopt it until it ceases being used as a haul road. We will seek to enter into the Section 38 process as soon as possible after reserve matters is granted.
Thank you, Vicky. We can certainly kind of take the comments away that members have and the concerns and speak to Bellway to see if anything can come forward, that the adoption, like once the houses are in, whether it can come forward a bit early and work the haul road routes to accommodate that. So.
Indeed, yes. I know that Bellway are working with us, and obviously they're fully aware of this. Yes, and as you say, we will seek to adopt as soon as practically possible. Obviously, if they're built to our standards and serve the number of dwellings that's required.
Very much, Chair. Sorry, thank you, Vicky and Rebecca. I just wanted to clarify that the Section 38 procedure requires the road to be observed in a broader sense for a minimum of 12 months, does it not? And so I think Councillor Bagent's concern was also that, sorry, I might be conflating 2 things here, but the roads need to be functional and seem to be functioning properly before adoption can be done by the County Council. And so one of the things that Councillor Bagent asked about was that management should be put in place so that cycle routes should continue to be usable during the time of construction, but also can we ensure that they're usable while that Section 38 is working out its normal process? Thank you.
Yeah, that's exactly the point that could be made, yeah.
I think it certainly comes down to enforcement, and I guess when you're in that in-between stage, the Highways Authority can't enforce until they've adopted. So I think it's not anything that's secured in the outline, but it's certainly a discussion I think it's worth having with Bellway about how we could look at some kind of enforcement to make sure them cycleways are open and not obstructed. I know that there's other issues on some of the other sites that we're experiencing around the city at the moment, so I think it's probably worth putting that on the minutes.
Fortuitously, with this site on the primary route, you obviously have the green and obviously the swales before you reach the cycleway. So it would literally only be one side of the road that we would obviously have to have may have concerns with. But yeah, as I say, it has happened on previous sites, and as case officer said that we were speaking with Bellway obviously to try and overcome this issue.
Certainly, learning from experience at Marley, the developer made sure that there was a throughway whilst the construction was ongoing. So let's hope Bellway and Clarion do the same thing. Thank you.
Officers may have picked up that we don't want estate management, but we do want estate management. And it's actually, this is relating to making the place work for people prior to the adoption process. And I know Councillor Baden's caught my eye.
Yeah, I just want to make clear what I'm saying. This site will be under construction probably for 5 years. During that time, we have experienced in other sites that people just park where they want to park. So this isn't something that should be taken up with, but it should be a condition that the developer keeps those roadways open, specifically those cycleways. You can go out to places in Cambridge now, still under construction, where cars are parking on cycle lanes and nobody can enforce it. And nobody will enforce it. None of that this time. So it's not something we might want to do, it ought to be conditioned in. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to move on then I'll just pick up a couple of small items. One which was the electricity power to squares. This is quite important because it is a point when the community gets together and they want to hold an event, and then they need to have lighting or power of some description to facilitate that. And it's a really useful asset to have for those kinds of activities. It's all about placemaking. So that's a strong point we want to raise. And then the other one, of course, which flows from community, is car clubs. And I can't understand why we have so much pieces of sophisticated engineering parked on our streets all day that no one's using, when we could be sharing and pooling these assets. So I think these are going to become very, very popular, and we need to be planning more for those. So those are the 2 points that Councillor Paul made.
Yeah, could we add water to that? I mean, we've just found...
Water and electricity don't mix. Councillor Baden, it's very dangerous. Yeah, okay, add water.
Okay, so I think that's a really valid point that members have raised about provision to plug in things for markets or pop-up events. And certainly that was something that's been envisaged as part of the design code. I think it might not have just come through as clearly as enough. So, for example, on page 50 of the design code, which is part of the section about public spaces, it's talking about the principles to support cultural sociability. And it mentions about the need for public spaces in the round to be flexible, to accommodate events and things. And I think that's absolutely something we can add into the design code, that the provision of electricity in those spaces is really important. My feeling is that would be a good page to put it on, but we can certainly have a look at where it can be reiterated, perhaps in other sections, because certainly the infrastructure underneath is there, because it's having to kind of set up EV charging. So that's a really good point that we can pick up in the design code. Do you want to go on about do you want to answer about the car club, Rebecca?
Yeah, in terms of the car club, so at the outline stage, we secured a minimum of 2 space site, which, I don't know, it seems like that's the direction we're going in. So it is a minimum, so hopefully as we go, they'll there'll be able to be some more. The code on page 55 kind of sets out the requirement to provide the car club spaces. But then on page 70, where we talk about the local centre details a bit more, we start to kind of highlight where they should be going and that they should sit next to the EV charging hub, so that all these different facilities are kind of co-located to be convenient. So yeah.
Thank you, that's really helpful. I think I was just hoping it could be in the houses and flats as well, just as a point of reference, just to say, for example, when you're designing the parking for the flats, car club would be a sensible idea. The other thing, and this is probably for the chair, I'm probably being a bit daft here, do we need to move amendments to change this, or cannot, because obviously at some points officers are saying we'll look at it with the developers, but then others you're saying yes, we'll include it. I wasn't quite sure with the design code, you know, because obviously if this was a full planning one, we'd be moving an amendment to say it. So just be grateful for your guidance, because I'm really keen that, as you said, the things like the car club and the electricity and the water are kind of present through the document, just so it's a reminder there. Thanks, Chair.
So, Councillor Bora, this is essentially creating the framework for a forthcoming Reserve Matters planning application, but Philip will answer the point about what we're going to do now.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, just to confirm, subsequent Reserve Matters applications will come forward on this land parcel, all of which will have to have due regard to the design code. I've been frantically typing away, having regard to the comments that you're raising with regard to potential amendments. And as I see it, we, given the way members are minded with their points that they're raising, I would see a most appropriate way forward is to vote on these additional criteria that the design code needs to just have regard to, and look to having an updated document that includes the reference to the 4 or so points that I've recorded. I'm happy to read those out and have some discussion in due course about whether I've captured it properly.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Richard Williams.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to raise a small point that might go on that list of things to think about. It relates to the point I made earlier, actually, and I've made this before in South Cambs, but I wonder the extent to which, when coming forward with detailed designs, we can pay some attention to local government boundaries in these designs. I mean, many of us may have had cause to look at the boundary between Cherry Hinton and Fenditton and Fulbourn recently, and it's a complete mess. It cuts across the same residential street 4 times. And that does cause practical problems. And of course, the residents in different sides of that line will be under different taxation regimes. Ours will be parished, yours will not be parished, for example. So can that be taken into account when coming back with detailed designs, that we try to fit along political boundaries?
Yeah, it's in terms of political boundaries, it's not a design code issue, but yeah, there's certainly a different process to do that, to redefine boundaries. I know it's happened in Sawston, I think, not so long ago, where the boundaries were redefined between Sawston and Babram through the political process. So it can be done, but there's, separate from the code and the plan.
Sorry, I just come back on that. It is more difficult in this case because in Sawston and Babram, it was just swapping a parish. Here, we're talking about 2 different local authorities. Now, either this is opening a whole can of worms, but I think at some point we are going to have to look at the boundary between South Cambs and Cambridge City, because it's a complete mess. And it's not irrelevant to people's day-to-day lives. But I don't think we can, in this case, because we're dealing with 2 different local government entities, we can't deal with it quite as easily as we do if it's just swapping a parish.
You should try Eddington, Councillor Williams.
Councillor
Bradman.
In addition to trying Eddington, you should try Fenditton. I absolutely agree with Councillor Richard Williams. I think if there's an opportunity to sort out the administrative boundaries, to be intuitive and sensible, I think that would be extremely good. I appreciate this goes back into the annals of history and might be difficult to shift. But if I just cite you an example of Fenditton, where I have a series of houses that run north-south, relative to the railway, old railway line, which runs east-west, and half of those terraces are in my parish of Fenditton, which I cover as a county councillor, and the other half, the southern half of those same terraces of houses, comes under the city. So I have to be very careful not to deliver to the wrong houses. But it's absolutely bonkers that houses in the same terrace are being dealt with by two different administrative authorities. So please, can we at least make sure that where whole runs of houses are managed by the same local authority, that at least would be a move. And I really do think we should take the opportunity to try and make amendments to the boundary between the city and South Cambs in a way that's coherent for the communities that live there. And in fact, I will also quote Councillor de Lacy of South Cambs erstwhile, who requested the same thing at Eddington, that at least there should be some indication to the residents which administrative authority they actually lived in, because it was so confusing at Eddington. So please, can we really take this seriously? It's not a small thing.
I'm going to take it so seriously, I'm going to ask Keith Barber to comment on this can of worms that Councillor Williams has opened up for us.
Chair, can of worms sums it up adequately. Changing the boundaries, as you're suggesting, is a long, drawn-out process, as I'm sure you're all aware, and it would take many months, going into years, to get it sorted out with the consultation processes, with residents, with parish and councils, and not least the two districts and the county, and all the other consultees there would need to be. So it would be a lengthy process, and it would probably outlive the duration of building this site out.
May I come back, Chair? Thank you. So, Mr. Barber, would the legal advice be then to allow the developers to develop as and where they wish to, on the plans and lines as and where they wish to, but then to address that as part of local neighbourhood planning adjustments at a later stage? How would it be addressed sensibly?
Basically, I think it's a process that could run possibly in tandem with developing out this site, but I caution against the site being conditional upon balancing out of parish boundaries and district council and city council boundaries.
I quite accept it. It shouldn't constrain the development of the site, but it would just be helpful to understand how it might be addressed in future. Thank you, Mr. Barber.
I think it's something that officers can take away from today and quietly look at and possibly come back at some point separately. But it is a separate process. We're here dealing with planning. What you're now floating is administrative law, a different area.
Possibly coming out of silo thinking, Chair. This is something that just makes so much sense, that the people from South Cambs will have to drive through Cambridge to get onto the road. And it should run in parallel. This is the sort of silo thinking that we get into trouble for. I think something we should pass on. Because once it starts to be developed and people start to live there, then you've got a lot more people to talk to. Right at this moment, it's a field. And it would be, to me, as an innocent layperson, it would be so straightforward for people to sit down and say, let's move the boundary here. Because this is going to be effectively part of the city. The minute those people get in their cars, they're going to have to drive into the city. So it just makes so much, I think Councillor Williams' point is really that.
We've given that a good airing, and it's completely extraneous to the consideration of the application in front of us. But it was a good conversation, and we're going to take that away. And so thank you for raising it. Councillor Hawkins.
Thank you, Chair. What just occurred to me is, whilst the building is going on, is there a way to make sure that the boundary doesn't go through a house or a flat or something like that, so that you have half of it in one and half in the other? Just being clear.
I think we've heard that. Thank you. I'm just going to turn to a couple of points that Councillor Stobart raised, which are very useful. So the first one was making the distinguishing between what must means and what should means in contractual law. So Keith Barber's going to answer that point.
Mr. Chair, must basically is mandatory, thou shalt, should and shall give an element of flexibility. Does that help? Well, it should help.
It must help.
It must help.
That bit I understood. I wanted to say that I thought this was a very good development. It makes the wording of the document quite clear. But I just wanted to point out that there were a lot of use of must and should in the document. Naturally, it's a complicated kind of situation. But the shoulds will require, if they're not adopted, a reason for not being adopted. And I was thinking about officers having to pore over reserved matter applications, having to pick out the shoulds and the musts. And my suggestion would be that in the development of this document, that there is some kind of perhaps simplification or some management process which makes it easy. Perhaps it's a massive spreadsheet, I don't know, but something that would make it easy to operate, so that when we come to examine a reserved matters application, and something appears and it's a should, that we can test whether there's a reason that the developer has offered that they're not pursuing that particular avenue.
Sarah Chapskin to comment.
Just getting the timing of the microphone right. Again, a really good point, and we're very conscious of that. We want to make life easy for everybody involved in the process, not just officers, but also for members of the public to be able to distinguish between what's absolutely sacrosanct and where there is a little bit of flexibility. And with that in mind, there's the requirement for a checklist. So there's a checklist document that accompanies the design code, which has a series of prompts in it. And that's basically the beginning of the design code compliance statement that we would expect to see as part of all reserved matters applications. The great thing about it is that we can also use that as part of pre-application discussions. So we have that checklist in front of us. It's not a tick box exercise to stifle creativity. It's just the starting point to make sure all of us involved are picking up on the mandatory musts. But the recommended shoulds are very much there in the back of people's minds, and we'll be pushing them as far as we can on that.
I think there's a call for a thorough proofreading to make sure that all the has this been done. You've done it. Okay, that's great. Councillor Stobart, you've got that assurance that the officers are all over this. Yeah, please.
Absolutely. We have interrogated the musts and shoulds at every stage of the process. It was a really key part of the workshops. It was a really key part of all the officers' reviews, in which when we were asking all the rest of the technical officers, we were drawing their attention to make sure that in their remit, in their technical expertise, that they had the musts absolutely secured. We have gone through lots and lots of iterations of what is a must and what is a should. So I can assure you that we have been through that with a fine-tooth comb.
Now, yes, that's it. Yep. Yeah.
Just one supplementary, because the musts and the shoulds all need to be testable in some way. And I was just casting my eye down the document on one page. And I think you've done that very well, but it was just a thought from my side. If there is some change to this, there's that thought, can I test this? So a must needs to be testable, and it's all kind of vague and wishy-washy. You could get into an argument and so on. But I think you're on top of that, and it's really nice to see.
If you wish to, but I think you're on top of it, yeah, definitely.
I'll keep it really brief because I think we're having a great discussion and want to carry that on. We had a design code testing day as part of the design code process, in which three different architectural practices were commissioned to test the design code. They were given 2 sample areas to test to come up with conceptual designs for that. And one of the key objectives of that testing day was absolutely to test what you're talking about. Have they gotten to grips with the musts, and how have they interpreted the shoulds and the recommended elements? And it was really enlightening, actually. And the results of that we used to inform the next iteration. So we understood from the concepts that were developed by the 3 different abilities of architectural practices where we needed to get stronger to achieve the overall objectives of the code and additional elements. So we have gone through a testing of that specifically to drill down on those musts and shoulds.
Okay, I'm going to move on to Councillor Stobart's second point, which was around Fabric First needs definition. It's a design process, and it needs to have optimal outcomes, outputs. And I think you've made a really strong point here. I'm just wondering if we've got Emma Davis online to respond to that point.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I am online. So in terms of Fabric First, that is all about, carefully considering the design and construction of buildings early in the initial design stages to make sure that you're, minimising energy demand and energy consumption through a range of different methods. Now, we've obviously, as part of a different condition, and it's condition 17, which was considered by this committee, some revisions to that condition were considered by committee in August. We've got the energy strategy, which will go into more detail about that kind of the Fabric First approach. But what the design code does is it does set out those principles of how you can apply that Fabric First approach from the early design stages. So it's looked at those kind of passive principles that should be used. It's looked at the form factor of buildings, so ensuring that we've got an efficient form factor. It's looked at orientation. It's also looked at, how you can maximise daylighting and natural ventilation in buildings. So as far as the design code goes, I would say it definitely follows that Fabric First approach. More detail will come through in future reserved matters applications when we get the energy strategies for each reserved matters, and how we generally tend to look at it in the energy strategies is by setting out those strategies following the energy hierarchy. So you have the be lean, be clean, be green approach, and within each of those approaches it will go through the kind of various measures that have been implemented to reduce that energy demand and associated carbon emissions. So I hope that answers that question sufficiently.
Thank you. And just to say, on page 54 and page 55, unlike some of the other older code documents, the developers actually included kind of examples about how these principles can be designed into schemes. And there's diagrams to kind of show how the principles can be achieved, which will be quite useful to guide future reserved matters applications and anyone looking at it at that time.
Okay, so I think on this particular point, the whole approach to low zero carbon construction, the materials that are used are evolving, and also the related building regulations are evolving so rapidly that the we would be very, and we're developing policy as well. And we happen to have Emma Davis, who's a kind of leading light in this field. I think it'd be very helpful for us to have a briefing on this so we know in future applications what the requirements are and what we're looking for. And I think it's part of our continuous learning and development. And this is a field which, as I say, is rapidly moving forward. And I think in that context, I'm going to just pick up the points that Councillor Fane made, which was around the recognition of cooling, that air source heat pumps are fitted from the start, because this is going to be a zero gas development. And I was also picking up a point about local generation, renewable generation of electricity, much higher PV provision than we secured on Darwin Green. Obviously, it's just a fraction of what the total energy consumption will be on those properties. And on ground source, it's a very interesting issue, because ground source is infrastructure. It requires a much more substantial advance investment, and therefore it doesn't really fit with the speculative house building model in a way which, say, the air source heat pump can, which needs to replace after 10 or 12 years. Ground source probably lasts for 60 or more. So we're going to have to think about how to resolve that business model, frankly, and how this is going to be made to work for future developments. So I think we've reached now the point where I can ask the officers to sum up main issues of the debate. And, Councillor Hawkins.
I don't think my comments have been addressed yet.
Don't take it personally. I've got a lot of things here. Councillor Hawkins' comments, please. Can we just deal with those? Thank you.
I'll start on because you mentioned about the gym equipment and whether that could be installed around the site. So at the outline stage, we secured a trim trail that would run around the outside of the site. And then in the play strategy and the code, we start to kind of draw down on that detail just a little bit more. And that's something that's acknowledged in the code, and through the reserve matters and infrastructure applications, we'll work on the play strategy and the specific pieces of equipment that will be installed. So, yeah, will be a good feature to put in.
And your point about boring design. Design code is, I think we need to kind of just step back a bit and think about what we're trying to fix and control. This is a site-wide design code. The key parts of this is about fixing the key structural elements of the place, the thematic layers that we need to have in place to create a sustainable, walkable neighbourhood. There is an element of identity that comes into that. We've got the character areas where this section is all about providing instructions on the visual performance of a building, but what the code isn't seeking to do at this stage is to design the particular aesthetic appearance of the buildings themselves. But it is setting out, like I said, some key performance criteria, some objective performance criteria about what we want the buildings to do. And James has flashed up a couple of images. It's talking about the importance of some really basic fundamental principles, but some developers really struggle with it, is engaging with the street, active frontages, variety of roof forms, and we're also setting out where development needs to be tighter or looser in grain. And we're also setting out the visual performance for apartment blocks and things like that to make sure that the massing is moderated, that, again, they engage with the street really well, and that we've got a good level of interest and activity. So that's for another stage, but we're very happy about the level of fix that we've got in here about the key criteria for the visual performance of the buildings.
I think my point on that is, I mean, I've made my notes on page 63, where I can see it's talking, there's this, on the right-hand side, you've got, crosses against pastiche components and building components and all that, but highlighting other good things. And I just think that we need, whilst I take your point, I don't see why as a design code we can't, require that those, the three key areas have different characteristics. Yeah, it's just that there needs to be something in the design as well, I think, that they're different. Sorry, maybe I'm not expressing myself well, but when I look at this, it's boy. Yeah. And also I asked about clarifying on page 63 still, that second to the last paragraph on mechanical ventilation.
Yeah, you do the, it's basically the design detail, isn't it? It's the fenestration and stuff like that.
It is. And I think we're also kind of straying into areas of subjectivity about what somebody finds attractive and what other people don't. The precedents used throughout the design code have been really thoughtfully chosen. Quite often they are award-winning schemes, and the captions underneath also are trying to highlight what that precedent image is trying to pull out. And I think whatever people think about Marmalade Lane in terms of whether you like it or not with the brick choice, again, the annotation there really is trying to highlight a key point about what we want to achieve with the built form, that we're trying to get a fine grain, plot-based appearance, and that can be achieved in many ways, but that was the whole point of that precedent image. That Marmalade Lane does that really well through the brick choice. And also actually what Marmalade Lane does really well with the windows is that it accentuates those with the materials used around it. So we've been really careful with the captions underneath the precedents to try and move away from whether just you like the scheme or not, but to try and pull out some key points from that particular image.
And Emma Davis wants to pick up on the natural ventilation point.
Yeah, I think it was the query from Councillor Dr. Hawkins with regards to the reference to mechanical ventilation and internal noise levels. I actually suspect that that's a typo and that it should actually say mechanical ventilation would be provided within habitable rooms where external noise levels are considered unacceptable, because I know we've had quite a bit of discussion about the properties that are closer to the airport at the moment and concerns about noise from the airport. So I think we just possibly need to amend that wording to read external.
Councillor Bradman.
Sorry, thank you, Chair. With all due respect, Ms Davis, I think it actually does mean internal noise. It means where the internal noise would be unacceptable unless there is mechanical ventilation. In other words, whilst the airport still exists as an airport, the requirement for mechanical ventilation is there so that people don't have to open their windows. Because if the windows were opened, it clearly would be unacceptable noise levels indoors, and that's why it's there. So I think it's correct as it stands. What we do when the airport is decommissioned is a different thing, and that will be for long-term maintenance, because it would be nice to think that if at some stage in the future there is no longer a need for mechanical ventilation, that it would be good if these could be retrofitted so that the windows could be opened. Thank you.
Okay, now, fair warning. A note, right? Okay, Councillor Hawkins.
This paragraph is not clear. It really is not clear. On the mechanical ventilation, an internal. I mean, I'm reading it and I don't understand. I mean, I hear what Councillor Bradham has said, but I'm sorry, that's like, 10 paragraphs explaining that one.
What I just said was that the paragraph was protecting the internal part of the properties from noise outside.
Would it be helpful if we took that sentence away and looked at it with the consultants, just to make sure that we've made that sentence as clear as possible?
That's accepted. Thank you, Emma, for getting us out of that fix. That's a good thing to do. All right, now, fair warning, are you all now done? Thank you. In which case then, I'm not going to ask the officer to go over all of the wonderful attributes of this design code. I think you've understood that this is an exceptional piece of work. So I'm just going to ask Philippa to talk about the amendments that have arisen from the councillors' comments. I did say it was done.
Chair, this has nothing to do with the planning application. Can we have a 2-minute break if we're not going to be too much longer?
I neglected to appoint a break monitor, but my intention is that we will break immediately after we've made this decision. So that's satisfactory.
As long as it doesn't take another hour, Chair.
That's up to you, Richard, Councillor Williams.
Okay, thank you, Chair. I will be as quick as I can be. So I've captured all the points that I believe members were asking for in terms of an update to the design code. There were 4 points. I'm going to run through those all and hopefully you'll confirm that you're happy with that. Then we will be looking for an updated, amended version of the design code, which we will formally approve. But before I move to the recommendation, I just want to check those 4 points with you. The first point, so these are all relating to the update to the design code. First of all, it's updated to provide specific reference to letterbox heights being no less than 0.7 metres in height. Are we all happy with that? Okay. The second point, the document is updated to include a review of the trigger point for delivering the community recycling point. Okay, thank you. Third point, the update also includes reference to ensuring cycleways are usable at all times and providing a through route through the site during the development construction process.
An adjustment on that. Remember, there is already a public right-of-way, and I think that might be partly what Councillor Bagent was referring to, but I know you were talking about cycleways, weren't you, as well, Councillor Bagent? And was the intention to try and keep that public right-of-way open wherever possible?
Okay, so I think there's some, you recorded it as a takeaway point. So we can take that away to have regard to that rather than it being formally embedded within the design code. And we will review that position with the developer rather than it being a formal update to the design code.
That can come from the reserve matters.
It can do, yeah.
Yeah, so we can do that, can be looked at in the reserve matters application, Councillor Bradman.
Be available to be a condition at that point if we haven't got that agreement, Chair.
The other update, reference to ensuring provision is made for electricity and water in the central community areas. Okay. And finally, we're going to take away the review of the paragraph on page 63 of the design code with regard to mechanical ventilation. Okay. If we are all happy.
I just check the car club, adding that in a bit more explicitly in the house numbering, would they be picked up under reserved matters then? Same proviso that Councillor Bajan had, that we could query it at that point?
Yes, that's correct, of the details.
Councillor Khan.
Didn't really refer back to the issue of provision for wardening for the social housing on site. I don't know whether that's something that can be done in the design code, but the need for to make provision for, perhaps for the should, might be something that could be considered to encourage wardening on somebody being present on site. I don't know whether you can do that or not, but that's just a thought.
We'd be looking at that falling outside the scope of the design code, but we would certainly be having regard to that issue as part of the detailed reserved matters application when that element comes forward. But, okay. So we have the 4 points that I've summarised. If members are happy.
We're coming up to the recommendation.
Yeah.
So I now want to ask the Strategic Sites Delivery Manager to read out the recommendation contained on pages 36 to 37 of the agenda, so we can be clear what is being voted on.
So this is a 2-part recommendation, bearing in mind that this is a cross-boundary site and there are 2 separate applications. So the first part is the recommendation of approval of the discharge of condition reference 180481, condition 9, subject to criteria 1, which is on page 37 of the committee report, with the agreed update to the design code document. Would you like me to read those 4 points again?
Yes, can you just read out the small one?
Okay, so criteria 1, amendment of the description of the proposal as follows: submission of details required by condition 9, site-wide design code of outline permission 180481 out, as varied by planning permission 221967, section 73. And also design code document update to include 1, specific reference to letterbox heights being no less than 0.7 metres in height. 2, a review of the trigger point for delivering the community recycling point. 3, reference to ensuring provision is made for electricity and water in the central community areas. And 4, review and update to paragraph on page 63, which refers to mechanical ventilation.
You now raise your hand if you want to support that. And if you can just read out the second one, please.
And that's moving to 21.2 on your agenda. Approve the discharge of condition application reference S1231, 18, condition 9, subject to criteria 1, amendment of the description of the proposal as follows: submission of details required by condition 9 of outline permission S1231, 18, OL, as varied by planning permission 22019666, section 73. And updates to the design code, again, points 1 to 4. 1, specific reference to letterbox heights, no less than 0.7 metres in height. 2, a review of the trigger point for delivering the community recycling point. 3, reference to ensuring provision made for electricity and water in the central community areas. And 4, review and update to paragraph on page 63, which refers to mechanical ventilation.
Could you please raise your hands if you wish to support that? Those against? Those abstaining? Councillor Hopkins? Did you vote? Do you support this? Do you support it? Thank you. So that's unanimous. Thank you. If I can just say a word about this application, I think it's exemplar. The code itself says it's a benchmark for quality placemaking. The award was won by the RTPI Silver Club, was won for the Marmalade Lane scheme. I think this is a sufficient quality to be put forward for the Royal Town Planning Institute prize. And I think the officers will be discussing all the various award schemes that this can be put forward to. I think doing this kind of thing is really important because it signals that we have a great shared planning service, and this is a shared planning service that people want to come and work for, and aspire to work for, and want to continue to work for. So I think this kind of thing is really important, and the developers have said to me this morning that they have really welcomed the participation, cooperation, collaboration with the local planning authority in the development of this code. So thank you very much. And we'll now have a break, 10 minutes. Do you want to have 20, 30 minutes for lunch? So 30 minutes for lunch then. live. We're live. I'm going to start the meeting. We're live, and I'm going to start the meeting now. Councillor Scott has left. Councillor Flobart has left. So this next item then relates to a pre-application developer briefing, and it relates to Robinson Way, Cambridge. It's a proposed new Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital building. The agent for this scheme, Ben Stolman of GL Hearn, will introduce the application, proposed application. We'll have 20 minutes, please, Mr. Stallman, and then that will be followed by 25 minutes question and answer. The issues raised by members during the Q&A will be recorded, and they are to be addressed through the continued dialogue with the local planning authority. So, Mr. Stallman, if you can start your presentation, please, we'd be most grateful to hear from you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, and thank you very much for this opportunity. And this is not Mr. Stallman. My name is Karen Charlton, and I'll be introducing the scheme. I just want to take this opportunity on behalf of the team to thank the committee for their time today. So we will aim to give the committee an overview of the Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital development, and then we'll have the opportunity for questions. So co-presenting with me will be Julia Davies and Inga Braun from NBBJ, and we are also joined by members of the wider team for the Q&A session. So thank you, Ingo. So on the next slide, you can just see the 7 key areas that we'll aim to cover. The Cancer Research Hospital will change the story of cancer, integrating world-class cancer research with the latest NHS clinical care and digital technology. Deliberately placed between the main Addenbrooke's Hospital, AstraZeneca, and the Cancer Research UK developments on the Cambridge Biomedical campus, this is a unique collaboration between Cambridge University Hospitals, the University of Cambridge, and Cancer Research UK, and will focus on early detection of disease and novel precision medicine treatments. Our ability to improve patient outcomes and the quality of life for our patients will be transformed. The Cambridge Cancer Research Hospital, with a project cost of around £300 million, is only possible through the combination of government funding and philanthropy, and forms part of the government's health infrastructure plan. In delivering the health infrastructure plan, the government has taken a programme approach across the portfolio of new hospitals, and this is called the New Hospitals Programme. And we, as a collaboration, are delighted that our scheme forms part of the programme's cohort 2. And this means that we have already secured significant government funding for this development, and learning from this hospital scheme will not only support our future pipeline of schemes, but also inform future cohorts of the New Hospitals Programme in the wider NHS. And I'll now hand over to Ingo and Julia to set out our approach to this development to create a modern healthcare environment for patients, staff and visitors, and ensuring we adopt good practice in design, sustainability, access and patient experience that fit with the NHS Master Plan, and also will become a component anchored in the emerging master plan for the wider Cambridge Biomedical Campus, which is subject to separate engagements with their planning authority. So Julia and Ingo, I'll hand over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you, Karen. And I was going to say good morning, but good afternoon, everyone. I hope you can hear me and can see the slides. So apart from Julia, we also have Ian, Caroline and Joe on the call, who are experts in sustainability, transport and landscape respectively. And we were asked to cover quite a few topics today, so to keep it short, we will be quite brief on some of the slides, but to give us time for the question and answers, and where we can certainly come back to any of these drawings we show. We also have a few additional ones if you wanted to go into more detail on certain subjects. Karen mentioned the location. It was in the Addenbrooke's campus. You see it here in the middle. It's a very helpful location for the New Cancer Hospital, which will work very closely together with research. It's a research hospital together with AstraZeneca, CRUK, who both will have spaces within the building. So this is becoming a bit of a hub in this location. It's also important in terms of the master plan that it is another building block in the vision of the currently being updated master plan, which is currently being updated to create a certain urban fabric, which helps to, on one side, continue the green space established between Papuas and AstraZeneca, but also creates clear street frontages, which may be somewhat contrast to the more object-like AstraZeneca building. And you see the kind of overall fabric of the master plan, which the key buildings in the moment are the Children's Hospital, which was approved recently, and where this master plan will continue to extend, here shown in green. So that also means we're working very closely with the master planners, which I forgot to mention are also on the call if there are key questions. In terms of how the site is connected for pedestrians, cyclists, public transport and cars, and the overall parking strategy, not just of the site, but of the wider campus. You might have seen in the press with the recent approval of the next step of the NHS and the business case approval process, some of these visuals. They were from the concept stage. We are moving on from them, but key elements of them are retained. We're working on the base of the building, how it interfaces with the street. We weren't totally happy with that yet, as well as the top of the building. But key principles we're keeping are, it's a very constrained site, which we need to put a certain amount of floor area on. But as you can see, we do also want to make sure it gets the right daylight. So we have a courtyard. We adjusted the massing that it doesn't just present a sheer face to the street, but has a dropped area, which is more in keeping with the building heights around it. We're maximizing the roofs for green landscaping and bringing further accessible landscape parts into the building. And then not trying to have articulated 9 floors of facade or 8 floors, but grouping and articulating those in a better way, which we show later. And Julia will now touch on how some of the internal functions work first, because a hospital is very much driven by what it needs, as well as where it is located. Julia.
Okay, so this is the site plan. It's on the corner of Robinson Way and Keith Day Road. So it is a key pivotal site that on the boundary of the hospital campus and the biomedical campus, which really supports the integration and collaboration of healthcare and research, which is intrinsic to this building. It is a constrained site, and therefore, and we do have a large clinical requirement for the building, hence the constrained, the small public realm area. In terms of the principles, there is one main entrance to the building, and that is from the entrance plaza on Keith Day Road, which is also forms part of the master plan High Street. There's one clear entrance, and so adjacent to the public entrance is the drop-off zone for patient transport vehicles, public drop-off, and 2 disabled parking spaces. Adjacent to the front of the building, along both Robinson Way and Keith Day Road, there's cycle parking for the public. And to the right of the building is the staff secure cycle parking. So there's 331 spaces for staff within the site. In addition to the building has a public face on the Keith Day Road and Robinson Way, and at the back of the site, which is a level higher than the the entrance level, there's a small loading area which is for infrequent FM deliveries and for discrete ambulance transfer area. There is no blue light ambulance service to this building. The ambulances are for transfer of patients only. As I mentioned, the public realm, we've got a small site and a big building, and we're really working together and looking at how we can enhance the public realm at the Keith Day Road Robinson Way intersection, and this is an exercise that's ongoing. As we mentioned, we've got a lot of clinical needs within the building. So what we've got on the ground floor, it's a public amenity area with main entrance. We've got outpatients grouped at the lower few levels of the building with inpatient wards in between and research at the upper levels. So this is all about creating a building with multiple uses, and with each multiple use, it requires different types of clinical accommodation. For example, windows, the depth of the floor plate, and different functional requirements, which we've worked really hard to integrate and create a very clear diagram within the development of the building. Integral to the building is the central courtyard that enables light to penetrate the building and also to increase the external perimeter of the building to achieve the number of bedrooms required for the building. Some of the key drivers for the building is about making a very efficient, clear building, so very clear wayfinding throughout the building, and to be compact and clinically have good clinical adjacencies. One of the key moves is clear visual access from the entrance point through to the central courtyard, an entrance which is directly adjacent to a public lift court. Now, the public lifts are in the green at the front of the building, and at the back of the building in blue are the bed lifts, and in orange are the FM lifts. And it's really important that for a hospital that we've got separation of the different types of flows throughout the building. What is set in, stay on that slide. Yeah, what's set in the part of the building also is the site levels of Robinson Way. So we have level access at the front and the public realm. And that's supported when we go up to the next level at the back, where the secondary FM level is at a level higher, which is also sets another bounding point for the site. Well, as this floor plate demonstrates, this is an outpatient floor where there are lots of consult exam rooms, all small types of rooms that need to occupy the lower outpatient levels of the building. And that contrasts with, I'll show when we go to the next slide, the inpatient ward. But one of the key principles, just to highlight, is that there is a basement level, which is called level 1. And this is the same level as the main hospital. And the strategy is that the majority of all supplies into the building and waste out of the building will be transferred through the tunnel system connected to the main hospital receipt and supply area. This is an example of the inpatient ward floor. So the key drivers here is we had to have 2 large wards per floor. And what that also drives is to meet the fire strategy requirements. We need to have, go on to the next slide. We need to have 4 compartments and 4 stairs equally distributed around the building. So in part of all these different elements have come together and works within the different levels of the site, the constraints of the site, the access points to the site, and also enabling that we get the high amount of external perimeter to achieve the number of beds for the building. Within the building, all wards are single bedrooms, all have external views, and we've worked really hard to make sure all that corridors have windows at the end of them, and that applies for both the outpatients, inpatients, and the research areas.
Just a couple of pictures again from our concept design, which show that transparency and that journey from the outside to the inside. So here you can already see through to the courtyard, and having daylight on the other side of an arrival space really helps because, as you know, glass often doesn't look very transparent when you look into buildings. But when you do have daylight on the other side, it will be the case. But it does also mean we place the cafe on the courtyard side, which has the benefit of giving some privacy to some of the very vulnerable patients, but also then gives them a chance to see into the landscape courtyard onto the sunny side of the courtyard, which is on the opposite side. You saw a lot of green there, and I think this is a really important part. This is a constrained site. We could just fill it with a building. Currently, it's a car park. It has very little biodiversity ecology value. But we do feel there's a huge potential to do more than, even if we only have a very thin perimeter, then do more than a few trees. So we have the chance to use all the roofs for not just sedum, but intensive green landscaping. That works very well together with photovoltaics, which help reduce the roof from drying out. Also to provide habitats for animals and birds and supporting them within those areas with artificial habitats. So, and not just to have, again, intensive green roof, but also introduce some larger planters which allow for some larger trees, which you do see as in some of those renderings from the street. And then look at the courtyard, which is, it's quite a deep courtyard, and we need to make sure it doesn't always get sunlight, maybe only over 3 months a year, that we have the right vegetation in there, and the inspiration is really taken from how a forest works throughout from the canopy down to the more shaded areas, that we have the right plants at the different levels. And that's going to be a big benefit to the arrival spaces, to some of the patient rooms who are looking into the courtyard. While we also have those cutouts in the building you saw earlier, which provide accessible terraces which look outwards, which will also have more than just a flower pot, quite intensive landscaping on them, which are partly treatment areas and partly breakout areas for people who just want to take a moment out. And that takes me to the sustainability goals. There's a sustainability brief within Addenbrooke's to set standards, which we're working with. The government soft landing to make sure there is a structured approach when the building is started to be used, that people know how to maintain it, how to run it. NHS has now clear guidance on operational carbon and embodied carbon. So, and this is one of the early test projects of this new guidance, which will be improved through the feedback this process of this building partly gives. In terms of operational carbon, we saw already a lot of photovoltaics. We also have a large ground source heat pump array. The building will be fully electric in terms of there will be no gas or anything used. Air source heat pumps on the roof. It's generally designed to be resilient to the changing climate, and you will see that in terms of the materiality, in terms of embodied carbon, we are being very critical in our approach how we can balance durability and embodied carbon. And there's a wider strategy in the campus to look at the runoff. I mean, it currently is a car park, but can the building improve drainage challenges? And I don't know why this came last but not least, we're aiming at a minimum of a BREEAM Excellent certification. Just on the facade briefly, as I said, we're trying to break this down. It's a tall building, but as in the history of many projects in buildings in Cambridge, there are ways we can reduce and get a better scale by tying floors together visually. And this is what happens by using two types of facades, which are taking a similar approach. They're tying visually floors together. They give this facade quite a transparent light appearance apart from the solid reconstituted stone. But the actual windows are very carefully balanced in terms of heat gain and heat loss. They are the solid to glass ratio is not too big in terms of glass, and all the other areas you see between the stone panels are fully insulated, solid parts of the wall, which is very important to achieve the operational carbon goals. We're still working on balancing out heat gain in the winter, which is useful, and not useful in the summer, and see if we need some horizontal shading on the south side. These are things which are ongoing to ensure we get the right balance, but also avoid too many elements of the facade, which are in the end all extra carbon and extra material. And you also saw that the building is relatively simple in its shape, but trying to do a lot with a little, because we do not want a complicated structure which adds concrete for transfer structures or cantilevers. So we can keep the amount of building material needed very, very low, but achieve a very articulated facade with all those opportunities for enjoying green space. Since it's quite tall, it's roughly the height of Papworth, maybe a bit taller at the roof level. We work very intensively with the council on establishing which views we need to study, what the impact on the surrounding will be, including some further far away views, which we have recently added. Out of those views, about 6 have been chosen as being particularly important, which we are now studying in detail. And this by no means shows the design of the building, obviously shows the building messing in red. But that will form a key part of the planning application, how we articulate those facades. The one of the new public space between Papworth and AstraZeneca. And then the further away views from the residential areas towards the west, and also all the way up to the hill to the Magog Down area of natural beauty, and how the building, in addition to the existing and future buildings, will articulate this roofscape. I hope it didn't take up too much time at the end of this presentation, but like I say, we have more material we could pull up in response to particular questions from anyone attending today. Thank you.
Thank you very
Thank
much.
you, Chair. Yeah, just want to say thank you very much. I think we're now ready for questions, and we will try and field the questions best we can.
Councillor Bradman.
Thank you, Chair. I have a number of questions which I'll just run through as we did for the previous discussion. So the first one, I'd like to ask the developers how, in what ways you plan to deal with transport connectivity. And so that's with both buses and cycles, if staff are coming to the site in that way, or indeed visitors, for example. Secondly, I'd like to understand about the use of the tunnel connection to the main hospital, and to ensure that that is free from, if you could explain how you might be planning to make sure that that's free of water. The other concern, or the question I wanted to ask was about the courtyard. Now, if that's a ground floor courtyard within what appears to be a 9-storey building, I wanted to ask if you could give us any more detail about how you'll ensure that there's a suitable planting in there to ensure that it's has sufficient light and indeed ventilation. And the last one is a small point, but I know a previous member of this committee would, I'm sure, have asked you whether within the planned building you plan to use sliding doors, which are easier for people with disabilities to use, in any parts of the building. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you very much for those questions. So, Caroline, if I maybe come to you about the transport.
Blimey, sorry. Apologies, my camera was stuck. Yes, good afternoon, everyone. So in terms of transport, blimey, I can hear myself, sorry. It was a case of that we have taken the approach with this that obviously staff are more likely to use sustainable modes of transport than the type of patient that would be visiting this this development, given the nature of the conditions that they're likely to be taking. Although we appreciate that some may travel by sustainable modes as well, so they are taken into account. The slide that you can see on the screen shows the movement and access plan as the master plan comes forward, and Richard Oakley may be also able to help me just explain some of this on his work with the master planning team. Is that in the future that the Keithday Road will become known as High Street and will become a public transport free fare and be more accessible for those travelling by bus, with bus stops located outside, more or less outside the door, which will connect also with CSET. They'll be part of the Cambridge Guided Busway as well. So they'll be much more connected to that. They'll connect to Cambridge South Station as well. In terms of bicycles, if we can just go
to our plan. Is that right?
Yeah, thank you. So yeah, in terms of bicycles, sorry, I can hear myself. Apologies for the delay on my speech.
It's still okay, even if it echoes. It's okay.
So Ingo, sorry, I think Ingo, can you please just mute yourself while somebody's speaking? I think that's where the echo comes from.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Ingo. That's much better. That's great. So yeah, in terms of in terms of cycling, well, obviously there is a number of connections into the campus from the wider road network that we need to do a review as part of our assessment. However, in terms of the provision on site, as you can see from the slide that's being shown, we are providing 331 secure cycle spaces for staff and 98 for visitor and patient use. These will be new spaces that will be provided for use by staff. So they'll be in addition to everything that's already provided there at the moment. And these have been calculated using a formula that's very similar to what's happened already on the rest of the campus, but they will also take into account the current mode share of people travelling by cycle to the campus and a 10% increase in the future as well. So we want to ensure that we're catering for existing demand and potential future demand as well. I hope that answers the question.
Thank you, Caroline. And then the next comment about the tunnel connection, I'll make a start, and then Julia and Ingo, if you want to add to that. So much of the underground link to the Cancer Research Hospital already exists, and we have been installing that over the last 18 months or so. So recognising the high water table and that we have already got an extensive network of underground basement connections, we'll be expecting the same diligence in terms of the construction. And I know that the difficulty is when you link into a new building. So we have successfully linked into the main hospital the connection to the Cancer Research Hospital, and so that final connection needs to be made, and we will be using the same principles as we have done. So that's how we will make sure that it isn't full of water, because we already have constructed and maintain an extensive network, and using contractors that understand the specific nature of our of the estate here. And then hopefully that answers it. And then Ingo, if you maybe could pick up on the courtyard and the planting.
Yeah, if I just start this off, and I hope Joseph is on the call as well, our landscape designer on the project. We're doing, which we don't have in here intensive, we have done shadow studies to know exactly at what time of year how much sun or daylight reaches different parts of the courtyard. There are different areas. We have an area here that's triangle, which is on level 6, which is very well lit. We have the base, which does get sun at certain times, and then at other times it is quite in shadow. And we have this other setback here, which is most of the time overshadowed. So it's really important that we have appropriate planting, and we also want to have climbers planting going up the south-facing wall of the courtyard. But again, that where it starts at the base, needs to be the right plants. Joe, are you on the call? Can you briefly extend on that?
Ingo. Yeah, I think you've covered the sort of the primary moves there. It's really a case of having the right plant in the right space, and we have looked at the sunlight analysis, not only looking at obviously direct sunlight, but also diffuse light, which is going to be very helpful in this situation. It's certainly a situation that we've planted in before, and it's really kind of picking up on that slide Ingo showed earlier about the sort of woodland floor layers, and really kind of taking our sort of cues from nature, really. In terms of the types of planting that we will be looking to establish. So at the sort of lowest level, level 2, looking at forest floor sort of planting typology, plants that can withstand not only limited light, but also limited water, responding to that, making sure it's irrigated. And then as we move up the building at the different levels, we can utilize a sort of greater range of species and more species that are akin to dealing with those sort of situations. So it's something that we're looking to sort of develop through the next design stage, but we're confident that we can achieve a luscious and a restorative landscape with the planting.
And I think the last point was about the functionality and usability of doors, and particular introduction of sliding doors. Julia, I think you're probably best placed.
Okay, we have sliding doors at the main entrance into the building as part of a lobby system. Within the building, due to constraints in terms of access into rooms, entrances to all departments will be automatic doors, which we'll be developing with the strategy for that. So we'll have automatic doors on main access points. Where possible, we'll be having doors on hold opens. So all the fire doors will mainly be on hold opens to minimise the usage of doors throughout the building. And we will be working with the access consultant in developing the access requirements into the individual bedrooms. But currently we have doors into bedrooms due to the inavailability of space to have sliding doors in many of those locations.
Thank you. And just to add as well that there's some infection control considerations as well. So it's working very closely with our infection control colleagues on their advice on cleanability of various installations.
I think the final consideration is acoustics. Sliding doors do struggle with providing the right degree of acoustic separation, which in some places, when it comes to privacy, patient rooms and so on, is obviously critical.
Okay, so can I just give you the briefing on what we're doing? What we're doing here is we've leapt straight into the Q&A. So So basically, the main issues arising from this presentation application briefing, they include the overall development principles, the development in the context of the future Cambridge University hospitals and Addenbrooke's and Cambridge biomedical campuses. So that includes connectivity, the public realm and transport, and the scheme design issues covering landscape, biodiversity, sustainability, urban design, and cycle parking. So we're asking questions about clarification. We're not expressing opinions, because we can't imply any sense of predetermination. So we're just looking at questions and asking clarifications on these points. So what we can do is we can run it by topics, which I think we find as a committee quite difficult to do, because we've generally got questions right across the piece. So I think we'll follow that established practice, because I've given up trying to try and do it on topics. I mean, most of them are cross-cutting in any event. So look, if you signal when you want to speak, please. And then, Karen, if you can chair and your conductor of the orchestra on your side, I will try and do the same on my side, if we can work it like that. So, Councillor Stober, you signalled, and County Pora and Councillor Payne. So we'll do it, and yes, Councillor Hawkins too. So we'll take it in that order.
Good afternoon, and thank you for the presentation. So I wanted to understand, particularly from the point of view of energy management and building services, and this might be touch on the choice of architecture, the facades that you described, orientation of the building and so on, how this project represents a step forward in terms of, for example, energy management. What are the features that you're most proud about and which represent a step forward? And how are you using new developments, new understandings of how to manage buildings to make this an effective space? And one of the things in the back of my mind here is it might be, for example, reducing the use of conventional air conditioning and more fitting in with energy flows around the building, for example.
Thank you, just searching for the unmute button. So our sustainability member of the team had to drop off, so apologies to the committee for that, but I am sure that we'll be able to deal with some of those things. So I think from a net zero carbon perspective, from a strategy perspective, one key departure is an all-electric building, and that is not currently the convention. So much of our estate is gas-fired heating. So that is a significant step forward. The other principles around really carefully considering carbon in the construction material. Also, modern methods of construction. So again, we have throughout our hospital estate over the past always used a range of modern methods of construction in our smaller developments, but that is also a significant move forward. This will also be more of a smart building. So from a building management system, it will be quite intelligent, and will be utilizing that building management system almost as the brain of the building and engineering services to help us maintain within adequate parameters and be early warning when we are out of kilter with those parameters. And then we have got an extensive design team with some real good support in helping bring forward some of the latest thinking. We're also using the government soft landings piece to also consider some of the ongoing management and maintenance of the building. So we consider some of those things up front. And that is really for us one of the key the steps forward as well in some of our new developments. And then Ingo and Julia, in the absence of Ian, is there anything else that you may want to add?
Yeah, it's a pity, obviously, that Ian is not here because sometimes the more spectacular elements of buildings aren't actually the ones which really make the difference. It is, like you already suggested there in the question, it's the operation and the mechanical and electrical setup of the building, which on one side has to adhere to very stringent requirements for making a hospital work, as well as research laboratories, but can make a big difference in how much energy a building uses. But the consultant is pushing very hard on that front. Karen also mentioned the facade again, that as Julia said earlier, we have a lot of different requirements in this building, and we could give every one of these spaces a different type of window and different shape. But we've been working very hard to find a module and a type of facade which would suit most of them. So we can make the facade modular in its construction, so we can optimize the elements, we can reduce construction material waste. in the manufacturing process, but also give flexibility for change of use. This building, will have certain uses on day one, but in the future this might change. There might be more wards required, and it's designed for that, and that's a key part of sustainability. There might be more laboratories required or outpatient facilities, and it is designed to have that robustness in change of use without looking like a repetitive, a relentless building on the outside. So trying to also make that typical module adjustable so that it feels articulated, the facade. But I would say it's more about doing all the important things right or really right, rather than having some spectacular new feature, which makes a big difference.
And I'll just add one other thing, and that is that one of our principles in our Addenbrooke's 3, guiding principles is also to use technologies, but they have to be tried and tested because of the scale of the investment. And so we need to have certainty that the technologies we use will actually deliver on our ambition. Julia, sorry, I think you wanted to also contribute.
I was just going to add that it's from the big picture, looking at the energy modelling of the building down to the equipment level, because there has been a very detailed exercise undertaken, which is really in support of the net zero carbon and making sure we have the right equipment, looking at fridges to all the small details of what goes into the building, so it's managed at that level, but also about the development of the user interface and controls in the building going forward. So in terms of, as both Karen and Ingo have said, there's a lot of different factors, and we are undertaking BREEAM workshops, which are really integral into bringing in all different aspects into the energy modelling, which is integral to the design going forward. Thank you.
Okay, Katie Pora.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you for the presentation. A couple of minor points. Obviously, I appreciate with clinical needs, you'll have a high water use potentially or higher than normal. I'd really be keen to see more about any grey water recycling that could be accommodated. So, for example, flushing toilets, those kind of things, because I am appreciating a hospital setting that's challenging, but I think that was something we're very keen to hear more about. Similarly, things like where your staff will be able to shower if they cycle in, cargo bike parking, I'm obliged to mention that, covered cycle parking, those things would be really useful to see more of in the future. And finally, I think I'm just a little unclear about the usage. So obviously it's a cancer research hospital. There's no operating theatres. So I suppose in terms of the links to other sites within Addenbrooke's, I'm assuming that only some patients would be there, for example, those participating in trials, and other cancer patients or those with different diagnoses might include cancer would be in other sites but might need to access there. So I think it would be really helpful to either hear now or in the future about how you're planning that transmissibility between buildings, because I'm assuming you don't use the tunnels for that. Maybe you do, but it would be good to hear more, just to get an idea of the volume of patients and staff. I'm looking at the cycle parking, car parking, I'm guessing quite a lot, and obviously whether that would be long stay, people coming in, how many would be outpatients, because I think that would help us in future when we're looking at the kind of travel and sustainability needs. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those comments and observations. And we will certainly make note of those, and so we'll make sure that more of that comes out. But just in terms of the grey water, clearly we have got a number of concerns around Legionella, Pseudomonas, etc. So we have to have a very carefully balanced approach to water quality, but we can be more explicit about that. Julia, maybe do you want to just pick up on if we've got cargo bike space included, and just a couple of words on showers, and then I'll talk a little bit about the usage.
Demonstrated throughout the building is staff change associated with the different departments. So there's staff change which incorporates a number of showers in several locations within the building, which will be supporting the staff cycle showers. In terms of cargo bikes, we are developing the cycle parking, and it's the intention that we will be incorporating a number of larger sized bicycles within the staff and potential public spaces. So they're being developed currently with the landscape architect. I think that's it. Just in terms of the number of the types of people, there is staff change for the hospital and also staff change for the university, and both those facilities will have some showers in it for cycling.
Thank you, Julia. And then in terms of the usage, in terms of the usage, you are correct. There are no operating theatres in this cancer research hospital. And so the patients requiring surgery will be cared for will be treated with their surgery in the main hospital. And what we're trying to do with this development is really transforming, as the strapline says, changing cancer really is very early diagnosis, early detection of disease, and precision medicine. So that is one of the key philosophy points or anchors for this hospital. Yes, we will have patients that move between the main hospital and the cancer research hospital. So patient placement will be absolutely critical, and the operational policies will take care of that. We do have the underground link, which is mainly there already. We have two corridors, one from a facilities management perspective, and then one a patient corridor. There's a small stretch where these two merge for constraint purposes, but then there is transferability into the hospital through very adjacent lifts for patients to be transferred. So really thinking about making sure that we don't create an island where you can't then move between the two developments, and really thinking about the privacy and dignity of patients who do have to move.
Councillor Fane, please.
Thank you, Chair, and perhaps I could start by apologising that I came back into the room slightly late, and apologies to you also, Julia, but I think I caught the gist of your initial presentation. I was very interested to hear of your assessment of the impact on the landscape terms, the impact on the long views, in particular from Magog Trust, happens to be in my ward and so on, from where the principal view of Cambridge is dominated by the chimneys of Addenbrooke's and the new car park. I think for some of the other new buildings going up on the site, the principal impact will be that of services on the roof. And I just wondered whether you have considered to what extent you will be locating services sticking up from the roof. If I could just add one other thing, a question about, you talked in some detail about the assessment of solar gain. It's clearly been a challenge for some public buildings this year coping with cooling and not relying entirely on conventional air conditioning. And I just wondered, a particular obsession of mine, as the chairman will know, whether you anticipate making use of the passive cooling facility that your ground source heat pump will give you.
Okay, so Ingo, over to you. So if you first pick up on the long-term views, and then it might be that we have to be clear in some subsequent engagement on the solar gain, but I'm sure Ingo, you'll have an initial view. So if you start off with the long-range views and the intrusiveness of roof-based plant.
Yeah. So, like I say, the long distance views are critical, and they will be assessed in quite a bit of detail, not just talking about outline and height of building, but of the materiality, the silhouette will, how it really will appear, trying to visually represent that correctly. And the plant is critical to this. You might have seen briefly in the floor plans, the whole top floor is mechanical and electrical plant. But it might not look like that in the elevations because we're trying to treat the plant floor just like all the other floors as part of the overall composition of the overall facade. So there isn't a separate setback plant screen as you often see on buildings, which then sometimes gets upgraded into maybe a crown or something. We're trying to differentiate very little between the plant floor and the other floors. And in this case, the fenestration pattern continues where we need louvers, mechanical louvers that is integrated as part of what would be below would be glazing, will be mechanical louvers on the top. And I think that's key. We're currently working on some what we think will add further animation to the top, some aspects which have come, opportunities which have arisen through understanding better what the plant is doing on the roof. Some is enclosed, some is open, and we think we can get some visual stepping into the roof line, which will further enhance, I think, the appearance and avoid the feeling of a simple box you were referring to, the car park there in the long distance views.
Thank you. And then Ingo, have you got some thoughts on solar gain and linking that with a facade choice?
Yeah, so that is this balancing act between trying to have a module which is similar on all facades and flexible, getting the right percentage of glass to solid. In the winter, some of the solar gain is beneficial. In the summer, it's certainly not. And we found that the right high performance glass with the right amount of glass, not too much, can do a very good job. Also in this project, most of the glazing will have interstitial blinds, which are able to, they're not fully protect from heat gain because they're between the glass panes, but they do help very much in terms of the sensation of heat on the inside and the glare, so they can be adjusted in their angle, and that probably is preferable to concepts of external shading, which are very hard to maintain and add materiality to and carbon to the building. But I think this is being designed with the kind of summers we are having and getting, and the increased temperatures to be designed with that in mind in terms of the performance, that we're not relying purely on cooling. And I'm pretty sure that the ground source heat pump will do both. It will be part of cooling and heating. But the expert on that, unfortunately, is not here.
Okay, thank you very much, Ingo. And so, Chair, we'll seek to clarify the position.
The heat pump word, I think, is often misleading because it's not a heating device.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you. I think due consideration for ground source heat pump technology, because the point that Councillor Fane made, that it can go into reverse in the summer, act as cooling, and of course what you're doing then is returning heat to the ground, which can then be reused during the winter. And I think this is the kind of building that can actually carry that kind of infrastructure, whereas you'll find that the air source heat pumps will need constant renewal. So that's I think that's quite a strong point that you signal that you're getting from the committee. Okay, now we're running out of time. Councillor Hawkins wants to ask some questions, so if you can be succinct in your responses now, because obviously we need to move on to the next item. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. I was going to ask about what I thought was the roof, because in the presentation they mentioned green roof and landscaping, and I thought there was a garden roof, but your response to Councillor Fane seems to be that it's equipment on the roof. Perhaps just clarify that. My question was going to be, if it's a garden roof, are staff and patients going to be able to use it, rather than just the one on the ground floor? Thanks.
Thank you, Ingo. Do you want to pick that up?
Yeah, sorry, I think I'm still unmuted. So no, so most of the maybe this image is better. Most of the equipment on the roof is enclosed, so it has a roof in itself, apart from these gray areas here on the right, which say L7, I think. So all of that will have a roof, which then is a green roof with photovoltaics in between. So there is equipment on the top floor, but it's inside, under the roof. The only thing which will occasionally be projecting past the roof line will be flues, which are required for some of the research activities. Flues reaching up higher than the parapet. But all the areas you see here in green are green roofs.
Bearing in mind we're running out of time, are there any more questions? Just like to raise the point about, you've made references to the master plan. And I think we're unsighted on the master plan. This committee has considered a number of planning applications on the Addenbrooke site, and the committee's been consistent in commenting that these ad hoc incremental or disjointed incremental developments are really very, very difficult to consider without an adopted development plan framework. This is a very complex site, and it does look like, it is, frankly, there's a user experience on this site, it's a dog's dinner. There are very large strategic infrastructure developments that are emerging, grid reinforcements, city access, the busways, the railway station, the city access arrangements, as I said before. So we do need to have a discussion about the development of the master plan, its progress, and also its future planning status. And I think that there's a strong view amongst members that that should have the status of a development plan document, where it would carry weight in consideration of future planning applications. We do need to be able to take a coordinated, comprehensive view of the future development of the Addenbrooke site. That does not prejudice consideration of the emerging planning application for this site, but it is something that we do need to attend to. And I think the officers will be looking to have a meeting with relevant parties at CUH to discuss those issues. So thank you very much for your presentation, very valuable, and we look forward to having further discussions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the committee's time. Thank you.
Two-minute break for natural break, then we'll start on the next item.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't declare this at the start of the meeting, but I had a chat and we discovered that because the University of Cambridge is an applicant for the next item, I do have a DPI as I'm a trustee of the university, so I won't take part in the discussion. When it comes back, I won't take part or vote in it, and because it's the last item on the agenda today, I will just leave the meeting and I probably won't come back.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Carling. Young to be a trustee of the university. That's what we're all thinking, isn't it? Talented man. Thank you, Sam. Okay, so on agenda item 6, pre-application developer briefing for lots M4, M6, Northwest Cambridge, Eddington. Land between Madingley Road and Huntington Road, Cambridge. Reserve matters application for 160 market dwellings, landscaping, access, parking, and other associated infrastructure. So the developer could introduce themselves, and we will then, and the colleagues who will help with the presentation, well, I'll then invite the councillors to ask questions. The presentation is finished. So you have 20 minutes for your presentation, and there'll be 25 minutes for the Q&A. And these are timed items. So do try and stick within these within these timetables. So thank you. Over to you.
Good afternoon, Chair. My name is Kim Rickards. I represent Durkin. I have colleagues with me today, Richard Edge, who's the architect, PRP. He will give you a brief presentation, and Jake Lambert from Bidwells, who's also our planning representative. So I'll pass you over to Richard to give you a brief run through of the project.
Thanks, Kim. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll keep this as concise as possible. I'm just going to share my screen. Could you please confirm that you're able to see this? Kim, is it visible, the presentation?
Yeah, we'll see it.
I can see it, yeah.
Yeah, perfect. Thank you very much. Okay, here we go. So it's land parcels M4 and M5, which is getting quite a lot of feedback. Okay, I'll try and continue. Yeah, I'm getting a lot of feedback from the. That's gone. That's fine. Sorry. Yeah, sorry. So it's the land parcels M4 and M5 within the Northwest Cambridge development, which, as you can see here, I'm sure the development committee are familiar with this large master plan to the northwest of the centre of Cambridge. The actual land parcels themselves, they sit to the east of the urban centre, Eddington, as it is. So it's just across the Eddington Avenue from the rest of the development. It's located near the sports pitches, and it's to the north of the large central green space, which is Storys Field. So just to put that in context with a few helpful labels, we have the existing homes along Huntington Road to the north of the site. Storys Field sits to the south and southwest of the site. Eddington Avenue leads down further west. As part of the application, we'll be extending the existing 5 acres street through along the south of the proposals, leading towards Horse Chestnut Avenue. There's also, as we know, primary school, Storys Field Centre, supermarket, local centre, plenty of local amenities in a short walk away from the site itself. At the moment, the site is a relatively flat, roughly triangular shaped piece of land. It's former agricultural land owned by the University of Cambridge. There is a very sensitive boundary with these existing homes along Huntington Road, which have been the subject of some of the parameter plans and the design code itself. There are a number of ruined agricultural buildings on site, as well as some mature trees and a large hedgerow, which forms the western and northern boundaries. This is a photograph from Horse Chestnut Avenue, looking towards the site northwest. These black poplar trees are quite a good wayfinder as we go through these photographs. You can see here the homes that exist on Huntington Road. These are the backs of those properties. And this clump of trees here next to the black poplar trees are a group of mature trees that we do wish to retain, as we feel like they'll embody a strong sense of character from the outset of the development. This is a view along Horse Chestnut Avenue, which is to be retained. It's outside of our site boundary, but as part of the wider proposals, it'll form quite a key pedestrian and cycleway. So it's a fantastic asset to have right on the site's doorstep. Huntington Road has got a lovely avenue quality. It also benefits from dedicated pedestrian and cycle links. There's also a number of bus stops along it which link the site to the centre of Cambridge, as well as to some of the suburbs such as Girton. This is a view along the entrance avenue. So these are the sports pitches. We're looking over to the east here where we can see those poplar trees again. So that gives you the context of where our site is in relation to the completed phases of Northwest Cambridge. And here's a view looking north from the cricket pitch. Again, you can see those black poplar trees. So the site sits in and amongst this array of kind of long grasses and existing trees and hedges. And on the site itself, these are some of the fantastic kind of wild quality mature trees. It's an area that we are seeking to retain. It's not required as part of the design code, but there's so much character here. And given that the rest of Eddington is quite light on green landscape at the moment, we thought it would be too big an opportunity to miss to not seek to retain a good deal of this natural character, particularly the trees. So the design code and parameter plans that were approved back in 2013, they govern quite a lot of what we can do on the site. Now, there is wiggle room through consultation with the local authority to amend a few things here and there, but in principle, we've tried to stick to these points. Items such as making sure that we are 2 stories generally along that sensitive northern boundary, making sure that our block typologies are less dense and less urban than those found in the more dense areas of the Northwest Cambridge development. Also making sure to adhere things such as the finite limit on roof AOD heights. So I just got these here as a selection just to show you the kind of things that we are complying with. Our first step on the site was to have a look at what those constraints and the design code actually meant when we look at it in terms of setting things out. So I mentioned there is that sensitive boundary to the north where there's a 20-metre no-build exclusion zone to make sure the privacy of those homes on Huntington Road aren't overshadowed or overlooked. And in this area, there's a requirement that things are predominantly 2 stories. We also have a fantastic asset to the south, which is Storey's Field, which will become a large green space at the heart of the wider proposals. So here we can take advantage of those fantastic views, and we're allowed to go up to 4 stories. In between, we've got a simple loop route that will link and connect all of the residences to this secondary street, which I mentioned is an extension of 5 acres. And there's the area of existing mature trees, which we think is a fantastic opportunity to retain. We set about then thinking about our emerging concept, which we believe should be to create a great place to live. So a place where there's a series of linked green spaces which encourage the interaction of residents to create community. We acknowledge that it isn't the buildings that define the community, it's the spaces within which residents can relax, play. So we've taken great care to ensure that the spaces work really hard for the residents and that there are opportunities to do a myriad of activities in there, such as informal play, formal play, youth zones, areas to relax, areas to gather, areas to meet. And we've really tried to intertwine that throughout the proposals. It's 160 homes. There are homes of varying sizes, from studio apartments right up to large 4-bed, 8-person homes. The goal has been to create something for everybody, whether it's a young couple, for example, looking to buy their first Arta home, whether it's a family looking to, move nearer to the adjacent primary school. We've tried to make sure we've got a really rounded approach there, which we think is a sustainable way of catering for a myriad of end users. You'll see here that the general form of the proposals is around a simple loop route within which we have 2 semi-private residential courtyards that are accessible only for the homes that surround them. We then have a series of pavilion apartment buildings which line that Storey's Field frontage, which create a real prominence and sense of activation on the northern boundary of that green space. Here's an axonometric view. I sometimes find it's a lot easier to explain and review what proposals look like in a 3D drawing as opposed to a 2D plan. Here you can get an idea of the size of those green spaces as well as the size of the homes. The idea is to step down in formality from those buildings which are taller, grander and more ordered in the south corner of the site, heading back through towards the northern boundary. The homes, they vary in height, they vary in scale, they vary in materiality. It's all about breaking down that rigidity and breaking down that density as we get to the northern boundary, which we feel is in the spirit of the design code, where it's intended to step down to be far less urban in that location than in the completed phases. I'm now going to go through some of the spaces one by one, just to give you a glimpse of what the character of those spaces may be. So starting off with Storys Field and the secondary street, we have the 4-storey apartment buildings, which they establish a rigor, a formal sense of proportion with the fenestration and ordered kind of gridded facades. They incorporate buff brick, which is a very prominent material throughout the rest of Eddington. However, we've also incorporated here, as you'll see, a very prominent red brick, which we feel is offering a little bit of contrast to the very monotone nature of a lot of the projects that have been completed in the rest of the development. We complement this language of bays, this bay style architecture, with a recessed element which is in a darker brick. This allows those bays to be really prominent and creates, a sense of volume and solidity. We've crowned the corners here, which is some of the first things that you'll see when you access the site down the secondary street. We've crowned those with the brick gridwork actually extending up to an open frame on the top floor, which I think is quite successful in really announcing the arrival onto the site. The second area here is the copse, which is our method of retaining as many of those mature trees as we can. This is a less formal approach to landscape, where perhaps we could reuse perhaps the carcass of a fallen tree as some informal play for local residents, looking to incorporate natural play with suds elements and just creating a series of perhaps mown paths, open areas, enclosed areas, but just in general a really nice green space at the heart of the new community. And here's an image of how the well overlooked space could be used. So you could imagine kids just playing on a fallen log there, but trying to create a really, really safe and well-used environment for families to enjoy. The next is a green street typology. This is a new typology, not in the design code. It came about through dialogue with the local authority, where we were looking to find a good balance between parking and also between landscape. So what we've come up with is an approach where we have car parking down the very center of the space within which you're able to kind of maneuver, so in the streetscape. So cars down the center with, along one side, the carriageway, along the other is a 8 to 10 meter landscape strip, which incorporates play on the way, suds features and tree planting. The benefit of locating the cars in the center of the street, it's if you then begin to locate trees in between car parking spaces, those trees are as far away as they can be from the homes on either side, which offers the chance for them to grow to maturity, to have large canopies, to increase biodiversity, to boost mental well-being, and also to assist with daylighting, overheating, through dappled shade and the natural cooling effect that trees can have. Next, on to the residential courtyards. So as I mentioned, these are semi-private spaces. The idea is to have a really rich landscape within them, plenty of trees, areas for play. Perhaps it's spaces for people that would love access to a larger garden, but perhaps haven't got the time to look after it. So what we've done is we've given the homes that surround these spaces their own private gardens, but also access to this as a shared space. We think it's an interesting approach. It's an innovative typology to do this with residential houses. So we've worked really hard on the landscape approach, and we're really keen to see how it develops and to certainly come back and visit and see how residents are, enjoying it for years to come. The last space here is the tertiary street, which it's very governed strictly by the design code in terms of how it's set out. So we've tried our hardest to really play with what we can do along the street. It does offer a lot of the practical qualities, such as the URS underground refuse bins, as well as rain gardens. It offers a route for any of the infrastructure, as well as the URS refuse vehicle to kind of drive around the scheme. We've also tried to incorporate some fun qualities too. So here you can see we've incorporated some more play on the way in the form of a nature trail, which might link down those green streets into our COPs so that children can really engage with nature and feel like they're in a landscape space from the second they leave their door, as opposed to having to walk down either side of a road before getting somewhere that's actually interesting to them. So really keen to embed that sense of fun within our landscape design. On to sustainability now. As part of the outline application, the proposals are required to meet Code 5. So we've ensured through consultation with specialist energy consultants that our approach will meet those targets. That's mitigated with a fabric first approach, but also the application of renewables in the form of PV panels. We're seeking operational net zero carbon and also an 100% improvement over the baseline target emission rate. We get to benefit from the district heating scheme here, which is fantastic, although we would like to see a gradual shift away from the gas-fired combined heat and power, which is currently on use in the energy centre. Hopefully that can be translated to something more sustainable in the future. We also want to seek to reduce the water use. It's been very important, particularly this summer in the southeast with the drought that we had. So looking to restrict water usage, or at least targeting 80 litres per day, which is less than the 125 litres per day regulations requirement. To do this, we'll look to incorporate smart meters, clever sanitary ware and fittings, and also low volume systems and effective appliances such as washing machines. We'll also seek to promote the sustainable transport around the site. We've got great bus routes. The new universal bus route as well stops off right by Stories Field Centre, which is about 5 or 6 minute walk from the site. We'll also be including electric vehicle car charging points. And lastly, on to sustainable materials. At Durkan, we're looking to seek materials from local sources so that we can minimise the amount of carbon associated with transporting materials to site. Any concrete we'll be using will be with highly recycled content. We'll also seek to have a clear plan on site to minimise any damage that can happen to materials when they're being stored, through accidental damage, and also engaging with our suppliers to minimise the amount of packaging that is actually brought to site. Just to highlight here the proximity to those local amenities. I think from all the presentations that we've been giving on this to various stakeholders, it's very clear the site is in a fantastic location, so it should offer an absolute wealth of amenities to the local residents, not just in the centre of Eddington, but also, you're only a 10-15 minute cycle away into the centre of Cambridge itself, so it's in a fantastic location. Here's just highlighting the bus routes, those 2 stops along Huntington Road, as well as the universal bus stop next to Stories Field Centre, just to the southwest of the site. In terms of cycling, every apartment building has a dedicated cycle store. We've got 100% Sheffield stands. We didn't want to get into any of the difficulty that people could encounter with those 2-tier stands. Personally, I'm not a fan of those at all. So 100% Sheffield stands for every single apartment building. We've gone above policy here. We've got 1 cycle space per bedroom, which I think is at least 1 or 2 spaces more than you'd expect in applications elsewhere in Cambridge. So we've really tried to boost that as hard as we can. And for homes that aren't located inside apartment buildings, we've either got garage storage, and the garages have been designed to be large enough to accommodate the storage of bicycles. For those homes that haven't got garages, there will be dedicated sheds in the rear gardens, which again will be designed to have the exact right sizes to store the required number of bicycles. The homes that sit around these 2 shared residential courtyards, they share cycle stores in the corner of these apartment buildings. So we had this quite poetic story in our minds at the start of the design process where you could leave your home in the morning, perhaps on your way to the cycle store, say hi to your neighbour, encourage a bit of community, a little bit of a chat or something, then hop on your bike and join any of the local cycle routes heading into work or wherever you're going. So we're quite fond of that idea of the sense of community that you can create just through informal interaction with each other. With vehicles, we've got the simple secondary street that runs along the south of the site. We then have a tertiary street that runs through in a simple loop route to enable cars to traverse the site in a forward gear, and more importantly, to enable the large refuse vehicle to safely manoeuvre the site in a forward gear, because we understand it's not able to reverse. We have a series of smaller routes which either access undercroft car parking areas, which are hidden from view, or small dead-end routes just to minimize the amount of vehicle traffic. So for example, this route in the center of the site could easily have been a through route, but we've actually placed a pair of bollards there and some landscape just to allow that street to be less dominated by car movements and more sensitive to residents and pedestrians and cyclists. Car parking here, it's mostly screened from view, either in garages, which are shown as green, or in the kind of pinky colour on driveways in between buildings to minimise the visual impact. Purple shows where we have car parking at the ground level of apartment buildings, so it's screened from view. We've been very, very careful how we treat the elevations as well to make sure that we don't have buildings which just feel rather dead at ground level. So we've been careful with the placement of cycle stores, entrances and ground floor apartments in certain areas just to make sure that we feel like we're creating an active environment. These yellow spaces here show the green street typology I mentioned. You can see the carriageway on one side, the parking in the centre with large trees, and then the linear parks which run either side. And lastly, there are a handful of visitor spaces along that tertiary street, just making sure we don't interrupt the landscaping unnecessarily. Typology now. Blue shows the apartment buildings, and then we've got shades of red and orange grading up from the yellow kind of houses here, which are 3-bedroom, 5-person houses, some of our smaller homes, up to the larger 4-bedroom, 8-person houses. So really creating a mix of sizes throughout the scheme. I think this is the last slide, the story heights, just showing how we step down from 4 stories and part 3 stories along the stories field frontage down towards that tertiary street where we go to the lighter blue here, which is 2-story homes. So trying to predominantly be 2-story in that area, just being sensitive about the relationship with those homes along Huntington Road. That concludes the presentation. I'm happy to flash this plan back on screen or quite happily to shut off the presentation now so you can see myself as we can answer any questions.
Well, thank you very much for that presentation, Richard. You've got a good story to tell clearly. So what now I'm going to do is invite councillors to ask questions. The main issues for us arising from this is pre-application, application briefing. So compliance with the outline planning permission, layout and design, movement access, character appearance, sustainable design and construction, landscape, biodiversity and trees. So we're asking questions, we're seeking points of clarification, we're not expressing opinions on the scheme. Can I say we take it in order of who gets their hands up first? And so, Councillor Braddon.
Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you very much for your presentation. I am not clever enough to write down all the sections under which we were supposed to ask our questions, so I'm just going to ask my questions if I may, and if they fit in, that's great. So this is to do with design. I'd like to understand the reasoning behind one of the design elements of your apartment blocks. I think these were 4-story apartments where the top floor mirrored the top of the building on the top of a balcony. They were the structures which you referred to as red brick.
The open brick frame.
Yeah, I just wondered whether you could consider whether that's or whether you think that is a sympathetic design element. The other one is, I wondered if you could clarify how the shared space between the gardens, which then go on to share shared space, how that might be handled, managed, as it were, if the house owners don't. The third element was the tertiary street, the long street along parallel to Huntington Road, whether you have any views about whether that will be hard to manage, how you will manage parking on that, and if anybody were to park thoughtlessly on it. A thought about plantings and the fact that I wonder whether you've taken into account the fact that it's harder to establish more mature trees and whether you might want to consider planting small trees earlier on in your design, in your phasing, so that they have a chance to take properly. I wanted to ask you about single aspect apartments, how many, and whether there are any. Thank you very much for our 100% Sheffield stands. We could hug you for that. I'm sorry, I shouldn't express a view on that, sorry. But that's most welcome. And also, I just wanted to ask you whether you said, did I understand you correctly to say that a refuse vehicle was unable to reverse? I found that slightly surprising, but whether you could clarify if that was in fact what you said. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, I'll go through from the top. So sorry, I am getting quite a lot of feedback from the council chamber. I'm hoping that, yeah, okay, it seems to have gone now. I don't want to hear myself speaking. I feel bad enough that you have to. Okay, so the reasoning behind the 4-storey kind of express brick frame on those apartment buildings, they are in such a prominent location when viewed across Storey's Field and also when viewed from the completed phases of Eddington. We felt it was really important to adorn those structures with something of interest, and we find that visually it's a very appealing form. It kind of, you know, breaks down between, we've got quite a solid element for the first 3 floors, then the top floor you kind of go to a brick frame, and we just thought it was something very visually appealing. It also practically allows for the top floor apartments, which, let's face it, they're going to have a fantastic outlook to the south over Storey's Field. It presents a little bit of structure and enclosure for them. We've located quite generous roof terraces for those apartments at that level. So all these things come together to create something visually impactful, something visually striking, something which assists wayfinding, and also to provide a bit of structure for the top floor penthouse terraces. Second point is on to the shared spaces in those residential courts and how they kind of interact with the private spaces if, as you say, residents don't look after their own sort of private area. I mean, Kim from Durkin, correct me if I'm wrong, the idea is that we've worked really hard on getting the landscape to work as well as it can do in that communal space. And it's down to the management company to actually look after the communal planting. We've reinforced the space between the private areas and the communal areas with generous amounts of hedging, as well as fastigiate trees, just to create a bit of a green buffer in between the private and the communal. So yes, it'd be the management company that would be able to manage those green areas. So if the residents weren't looking after their gardens necessarily, it wouldn't detract a great deal from the quality of that communal space. With the tertiary street, how are we going to manage parking? So what we find through our history of working on quite a number of residential projects is if you highlight where residents are able to park and ensure that there is visitor car parking, that it also highlights where they perhaps shouldn't park. So on that tertiary street, we've located 5 or 6 visitor car parking spaces along it. We don't feel residents will want to be parking next to the URS bins because the URS bins, you know, the vehicle is quite large, and I don't think it would be very welcoming for residents to park there. So by clearly designated visitors bays, that's the approach to manage the amount of visitors that would want to park in the carriageway. In terms of the planting of trees, we've carefully considered the size of tree pits and the location of tree planting so that the trees that we do plant will be able to reach maturity. A lot of the scheme has been based on the fact that they will be able to, because they offer so much to the residents as well as the environmental aspects and biodiversity aspects. In terms of when they're planted during the construction process, that's in Durkan's remit, but I take on board the point planting them early and allowing them to grow as long as it can be done safely throughout construction would be a great idea, because by the time you've finished, you'll have a tree that's 3 or 4 years old, which I think would be a great idea. The next one is the single aspect apartments. So I'm presuming this is also to do with Part O and overheating. What we've been looking at is, wherever possible, having apartments on corners which are dual aspect. I believe there may be a percentage of flats which have a single aspect, but no flat has a single aspect northern orientation. They're either facing south, east, or west, and the majority of them will be dual aspect. We've also undertaken a lot of analysis with Part O. So what we've done since the kind of imagery which was presented today has been drawn, we've been adding external shading onto the southern and western facades of all apartment buildings. We've also provided shading to the top floor penthouses around the top of windows and also to the sides of windows too. This has been run through detailed TM59 analysis by an energy consultant who have let us know that all of the apartments therefore do now achieve and pass Part O. With all of the houses on site, the houses naturally have been able to pass Part O, given that they are classed as being fully dual aspect. But it's certainly not something that we've tried to shy away from. We would be much more comfortable if future occupants were able to enjoy their dwellings without fear of overheating. So yeah, it's been a very conscious choice from ourselves to make sure we do react to that Part O analysis and ensure that things aren't going to overheat. The last point of clarification with the refuse vehicle, it's just something that we've been told throughout dialogue with highways, is that the URS refuse vehicle, you have to plot a route that it can navigate in a forward gear, because they either really don't want to reverse or the vehicle cannot reverse. I suspect it's probably the former, but either way, we've made sure that our proposals are able to be navigated in a forward gear by a refuse vehicle without having to reverse.
Very much.
Councillor Hawkins.
Chair, I was expecting to be towards the end. Thank you for your presentation. I think my clarification really is mainly to do with the design. Interesting, I picked up one of your early statements was a monotone design that you were trying to break up. So I guess my question would be can you clarify how your design has taken into account the Build Back Better strategy that we are now supposed to be looking at and building into it beauty in your placemaking? The second thing is, I noticed the tertiary street had a lot of parking spaces up front, which kind of implies it might be a car-dominated frontage compared to the rest of the site. So just, is there a reason why that is the case, not the same as the rest of the development? And last but not least, for me, I think there needs to be perhaps you might consider some more greenery on the tertiary section, so that there's improvement in the biodiversity net gain that you can get off the site. Thank you.
Sure. Okay, so just to respond to those, so to avoid or to be different to what we perceive as being a monotonous kind of colour palette from the completed phases, there are 4 different tones of brick that we're applying to this project. There's a red brick, 2 different shades of buff brick, and also a dark grey brick. And we're using, as I mentioned, the dark grey brick is within setback elements to allow the other 3 shades to really sing. In order to enhance and further the placemaking on the site, what we've been doing is, particularly along the tertiary street, we've been looking to vary the actual location of homes in terms of how close they sit to the street or not, so that buildings appear to be set back and forth. They also vary from 2 to 3 stories in height, so you get a play in both story heights along the street and also in the location of the building, so you get some variation that way. And we've also used those 4 materials in that particular area almost in a random pattern, so that the street is very, very clear. If someone says to you, whereabouts do you live? You don't say, I'm in the 15th buff house in a row. You say, I'm in the second of the red houses. Or I live, mine's the only house that's 3 stories that's clad in dark. That's my house there with the orange door. So it gives some sense of identity and individuality. We've been very, very careful to ensure that that is, at the heart of what we've done. I know certainly I wouldn't like it if I was in a very, very repetitive environment. I think it'd be a nightmare if you've not got a very big sign saying I'm at number 15. So yeah, we've used materials very carefully, and also the kind of repeating motif throughout the proposals is the use of red brick is specifically on key corners or at the terminus of view corridors. So as a way of kind of wayfinding around the scheme, that red brick being a prominent colour, it's in what we feel are the right locations to make the most of it. With the tertiary street being car dominated, I'd like to actually just quickly reshare my screen and just to pull up the artist's impression of that, just to see if I can allay some fears. There we go. So this is a view along the tertiary street, and actually it might be worth leaving this on to cover this and the next point. We've been really careful with the car parking here. So you will see there is a car drawn on this image, which is in one of the visitor locations, one of the visitor spaces. The car parking for the houses is located in between dwellings and also in garages. So even if you did see cars being parked in these locations, as you look down the street, you'll only notice the cars in the first 3 or 4 houses, given the perspective that you're stood at. And that's been on the opposite side of the street from the houses themselves. If you're on this side of the street, your perception would be very, very, it'd be even fewer cars visible because you only see the ones that you're actually walking past. So we've tried to be clever to use built form to shield the car parking from view. And in terms of whether we're able to add more greenery to the street, our hands have been tied despite us trying as hard as possible over many pre-apps to deviate from the design code along the street. We would personally have introduced a lot more greenery, but we've been informed time and time again that we have to stick to the design code. So the resulting application here, we've been as careful as we can to introduce as much greenery and planting as possible along here, given the constraints that we've had. So I am with you on that point. I wish we could have done more, but this is where our hands have been tied. Instead, we've sought to introduce elements elsewhere to achieve biodiversity net gain. And I believe we actually are applying on this site with a strategy which has biodiversity net gain. It includes the use of brown roofs, it includes the use of retained trees, retained hedges, and a number of other ecological features such as drainage and drainage planting to encourage wildlife, things such as hedgehog corridors at the end of gardens, which I think are really quite cute. I don't know if you've seen these before, small little mouse holes almost for hedgehogs to sort of scatter their way through back garden fences. I think are quite sweet. Also working with an ecologist to specify bat roosting points and also bird nesting bricks as well. So we're trying to boost it everywhere we can. It's just unfortunately design code is very, very prescriptive on the layout of this tertiary street, I'm afraid.
We heard the point you made very subtly about having your hands tied on landscaping, and we noticed that, and thank you. I call that the Bambi section when you start talking about hedgehogs and trees and all the rest of it. You don't bamboozle us with that, okay, just to be clear. Okay, so let's move on to Councillor Pora, please.
Councillor Beja, it's very kind. I feel I should, as ever, mention cargo bike and adapted bike parking because that's my thing. So I'd be grateful if we could have some more information about that. Because again, if we want to achieve not necessarily car-free, but a very car-reducing, we have to have those available. And I'd certainly be keen to see how that could be incentivised and whether, I think referring to the Land North of Cherry Hinton design code had some very good drawings about garages where cycles obviously take prominence, they can't be blocked in by cars, I appreciate you're constrained by a previous design code I didn't see, but certainly I think this committee are keen to encourage pedestrian and cycle ways above cars. So I may speak out. I think it would be interesting to see more on that. I do have, would be keen to find more about any single aspect homes. Again, that is something that we are mindful of with the recent climate issues. 40 degrees and single aspect is not great. So, as you say, anything, more information at a later stage would be very useful on how best to avoid those if possible. And my other concern, the long street is very straight. Again, referring to the design guide this morning, we were looking at kinks in the street and barriers and planting. Again, I would urge officers and the developers to see what could be done there, because at the moment that does look like a very long, fast street. And I think, again, as we saw this morning, these can be managed, because this, obviously people need cars, but they don't need to drive fast. And if we're having a lot of children playing out and things, we don't want fast cars down there. So I'd be very keen on more information on that. Finally, and probably the biggest issue that concerns me at the moment is these ideas of semi-private courtyards. I don't really understand how that is. I have no problem if there's a semicircle of houses that has land that's sort of used for them but accessible to other people. I would be more concerned about the idea of a private access, partly because obviously open space should be for everybody, but also more importantly because if there's going to be management companies, there are then going to be fees about enforcing that, shutting it off. So again, I suppose I would ask for more information at a later stage about whether these roads will all be adopted, which of the open spaces could potentially be adopted, because, as I think we've reflected many times here, management companies can vary a lot, and so can their charges. So, again, referring to the discussions we had this morning on the land north of Cherry Hinton, there seem to be some very positive developments there, so I'd urge developers and officers to look at those. Thank you.
Can I ask then if my microphone, unfortunately, my headphones cut out at the very start of that. Would you like a response now on these, or is this something that, as you've mentioned, you'd like to see just picked up on at a later stage?
I'd be happy for them to be picked up later, though if there's any comments about the straight street and whether there's anything that officers or this committee could do to assist you in managing traffic in that, they would be gratefully received, I think.
Beja, it's your turn.
Thank you. Saving the best for last, perhaps. No.
That's going to be me, actually.
Yeah.
Possibly.
Exactly, exactly. I want to come from a slightly different angle.
Well, I was just wondering, given that the design code doesn't appear to allow anything other than a straight street, if there's any comments that might be useful for us as a committee, stroke officers, when we're taking this forward. Because obviously we're not making decisions here, but I would be...
Did you want a response now? Because it can be picked up in the future for conversations.
Yeah, or whether Philippa wants to add anything on behalf of officers. I'm just keen that we don't end up building something on an old design code when there might be perhaps ways we could support a more flexible traffic management scheme there.
Councillor Beja.
Thank you. I'm coming from a slightly different angle. Did you, at any stage in this development, think about making it car-free? Did you think about building a car park on the edge so that there are no cars entering the site and just having some access roads for that necessary traffic that would come, but it would be a covered road which could be used for play? I mean, I didn't count how many garages were built in, but at this time of constricted space where you're trying to pack as much as possible into a small site, I don't understand any longer why we're building garages. They could be extra rooms or they could be extra play space. And given that this city is fighting to survive and keep away from the motor car, I just wish sometime, maybe you would like to comment on why you didn't suggest a car-free space. Thank you. And I'd like to
Yeah.
make one more point. We are working within the city on trying to design a code that will not allow single aspect rooms. Just to make you aware, we are working hard on that because we're not very keen on that whole idea. Thank you.
With respect to the car-free development, I mean, it's something that I think about at the start of every project. I think it would be absolutely fantastic for that to be a possibility. What we did on this project, we actually went through a competitive process at the very start, bidding against a number of other sort of partnerships, with trying to get the university's approval. And one of our selling points initially was understanding that there will be a kind of shift in car ownership. We've already seen the extent at which deliveries and car share services are picking up all over the country. And what we proposed was in those streets, which I call the green streets, where the car parking spaces are located in the centre of a kind of landscaped area, that allows, as car ownership diminishes, for those spaces to be returned one by one back to being landscape. Whereas if they are all on plot, it's much more difficult for that to be a possibility. A lot of the homes have 2 car parking spaces. They have one in a garage and one on the frontage. There's nothing stopping that particular resident over time from finding they only need to have one car initially, in which case they could convert the ground floor garage into a room and leave the one space on frontage. And then ultimately, if they do find themselves not needing a car, the opportunity is there for them to forego even their frontage car parking space. So these kind of discussions were something that we did have right at the very, very start. I mean, from a personal point of view, I'll certainly be trying to do this on more and more projects. We went to Marmalade Lane on one of the trips we took to Cambridge, and I think it's very successful in the way that doesn't have car parking down its kind of central road. And yeah, personally, I think it is a fantastic approach.
Thank you. I've got a number of questions to put to you. The first thing is that the district heating scheme is gas, and we are not cited on the timetable for phasing out gas. And I'm concerned that this is a device for carrying on using gas beyond 2025. First point. Second point being, is Part O analysis rigorous enough? Because there's a 2-tier system, I think, that the one applies to temperatures in London and one applies to temperatures in the rest of the country. Well, Cambridge has got the highest temperatures in the country. It's not just London. And actually, apartments even that have got triple aspect, existing apartments with triple aspect are getting overheated now in the summer, and people are concerned about whether these apartments will be livable. So we really do need to be very, very, I think we have to be planning and designing above policy, because I think policy is not taking into consideration the rate of global warming. And we do not want to have stranded assets 20, 30, 40 years down the road. I think we have to be designing for a longer period of time than that. And look, Eddington is a place-making leader, so we can't let that slip. I think the second point I was going to make was about, not as radical a point as Councillor Bajan, although actually now he's made it, I support it, that actually Marmalade Lane won a Silver Jubilee Cup for the RTPI. And one of the features of that is that it's car-free. It's got the cars are in one place. This is not rocket science. It's so easily done. Now, in the future in Cambridge, there is going to be high-quality bus services. So going down Huntington Road, there will be probably 8 bus services an hour. Right? We really, in this city, we really do not need cars anymore when we get these services coming through. we will not be in need of a car. And if we do need a car, then we can get one from a car club. And that's how at Marmalade Lane, they've actually reduced the number of parking spaces that they have. If Councillor Thornborough was here, she'd be talking about this. She does, she's not, I'll say it. And they're now able to turn parking spaces more sort of recreation play area. So just recently, and I live very close to this site, there's been a debate on our neighbourhood WhatsApp talking about the road user charge and city access. And I put out in the WhatsApp, well, we could have a car club because they'll be exempt from the charge. And there is about 20 people who have signed up saying, yeah, we're interested, we want to set up a car club. So I think we need to be thinking, like, not thinking historically where the exec person in his exec or her exec home had a car on the frontage. You know, it's just a thing of the past, that. I think we need to be planning for the future. And as I say, this is a departure for Eddington, having car park, having front drives with cars on the front. So I can't see why it needs to be introduced at this stage. And I think I'd refer you to the Cherry Hinton, the Land North Cherry Hinton design code on some of the aspects around cycle parking. And that issue about managing traffic at 20 miles an hour. This is a feature in new developments where the roads have been designed to prevent people from speeding. But unfortunately, you can't design out idiots unless you take serious traffic management measures. They still do it, even though it's telling them not to speed, they're still doing it. So try your best to, well, we can't get rid of idiots, but we can try and manage them through physical interventions. And I think also this point about the semi-private gardens. Again, you've been to Marmalade Lane, and that kind of does have this juxtaposition of semi-private gardens and shared open space. And it seems to have, it works magically. And I think that is the thing. But within the existing development at Eddington, there are these courtyard areas where there's a mixture of kind of like shared landscaping and a bit of bits of protected space just outside the front doors. And I think that works very successfully too. So I can see where you're coming from. I think the concept could work. But finally, I just think, to reinforce the point that Councillor Bajan's made, car-free, living streets gives you the opportunity to have more landscaping, slightly larger gardens, perhaps more active play areas. I just think that trade-off is an irresistible one, and I think you'll get some positive encouragement. And also, I think you need to have further discussion with the officers about how perhaps the design code is constraining some of your creativity. And we're a progressive committee. We want to see ever better placemaking design. And we encourage you to have that conversation, and perhaps you might get a little bit more leeway had to say to us today. So, Councillor Bradman wants to chip in.
Thank you. I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that Councillor Stobart has had a raised hand.
So I'm sorry, because I thought that was a beautiful conclusion to the meeting, but I just had two small questions to ask of the team. First of all, we talked about the homes on Huntingdon Road. What's the interface? I saw during the presentation a trail that might have formed a buffer zone, but perhaps you could clarify what is along that boundary at the backs of the gardens on Huntingdon Road.
Yeah, so at the moment there's quite an established series of dense hedgerows along that boundary for the most part. Our response would be to reinforce that with additional planting. Any areas where there are gaps in there, it would be to make good any of the existing fences. But certainly it's an area that we are aware of, and the last thing we want to do is just put up, a wooden fence. So I think it should be led by green first, and then reinforced second where necessary. But it's something that we are currently working on with our landscape architect.
And again, I saw there was mention during the presentation of a youth zone. Did I see that correctly? Could you just clarify what that is and what purpose it serves?
So it's something that we've incorporated a space within the kind of COPS area, a bit of a hub. The idea is it could be somewhere where there is a bit of communal Wi-Fi. There could be a few tables and chairs to sit around on. But what we've begun to realise is teenagers, they will just play or go wherever they want to. So you can create whatever you desire intended for them, but they might not use it. But we do have a lot of very, very teenage-friendly spaces right next to the site, whether it's the sports pitches, the hard courts, the sports pavilion, all on Eddington Avenue, Stories Field itself. So even if they don't wish to use the kind of youth hub, which is not really a building, it's more of a space in our development, if they don't wish to use that for its intended purpose, they do have a myriad of other options on there.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Just one final point. You're proposing this development, the new access along 5 Acre Avenue, and then there'll be another crossover on Horse Chestnut Avenue. What's going to be the design proposition, or can you just please consider the design proposition for those crossings, because you're going to be cutting across a very heavily used cycle footway at the end of 5 Acre Lane, where people are bringing their children to the primary school and the kindergarten. So that's going to have to be very, very safe. Okay. All right. So thank you for your presentation, and we look forward to seeing you again for too long. Can I please remind members that the next meeting of this committee will be on the 19th of October 2022. If members are unable to attend this meeting, please could you liaise with the alternates to ensure that the meeting is quorate and we can go ahead. Thank you. That now concludes the Joint Development Control Committee meeting, and please could the meeting producer end the live stream.